The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Favorites and underdogs are fighting tooth and nail at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. After surviving an absolute onslaught from his young opponent, Fabiano Caruana emerged victorious and a half-point ahead of the field. Tour leader MVL will be kicking himself with another dominant position crumbling into a disappointing draw, keeping him in the middle of the standings but well-positioned to strike. A frontrunner has emerged with Caruana in clear first. How long can he hold on? Day 5 of stupendous chess. Coming up next!
Hello chess fans, we are starting round 5 in the World Chess Hall of Fame today. It's a halfway point for the tournament and we are just before the rest day when normally players are ready to give their all. So let's go to the studio and start the action.
The 2025 Sinquefield Cup has a sole leader. How will the day before the rest day affect the standings? We'll find out today as round 5 starts right now. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts, Yasser, Seirawan, and Peter Svidler.
Pleasure to be with you, Peter, as you as well. Hello everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2025 Sinquefield Cup. I gotta tell you, the first 4 rounds were incredibly exciting, and it's one of those events where it feels like everybody, and I mean everybody, has to win, and they've been playing for a win. But we do have a sole leader. Nasi, do the honors and tell us the standings.
Let's have a look. After 4 rounds, we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with 3 points. There are 2 players half point behind him. That's Levon-Aronian and Praggnanandhaa.
Now, big tie at 50%.
Half of the players.
Half the players. And tell us about the format for this year's Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin event with classical time control. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, which gives us fight in chess, and it's a traditional scoring system.
And the schedule, the free day, is so close, it's tantalizingly close.
Right, today players are back for round 5. Tomorrow they'll have their only rest day, and they'll be back for 4 more rounds. We might see playoffs of the Sinquefield Cup after the last round, and Grand Chess Tour playoffs the day after that.
Love it. And Peter, you've got some scenarios.
Absolutely. And these are the same scenarios we've been showing you. They will remain true for the entirety of the tournament, but they're relevant every day. And keep in mind, those numbers seem high, but that is what players must do to not depend on anything else. This absolutely nails down their place in Brazil. For MVL, who is in a very comfortable position atop our standings in the GCT Tour, 6th or better is enough. For Levon, it already is a pedestal finish that is required to not depend on anybody else. For Alireza, it's 2nd or better. And Caruana must straight up finish 1st to not have to think about any other participants. And let's take a look how they're actually doing. MVL is, as we said, very comfortable. He is a safe distance away from the 2nd place in the GCT standings, but he's been leaving some equity on the table.
Yes.
He was completely winning against Levon, and briefly was basically completely winning against Gukesh yesterday. He did describe it in a press conference as a somewhat random chance, which maybe shouldn't have been there, but it was there, and it's always painful to miss those. He's at 50%, but still completely fine in terms of his required result. Next up is Levon-Aronian, who won day 1 against Nodirbek with black pieces, and then made 3 draws, with some luck involved, if we're honest with ourselves. Tied for 2nd, which is completely fine for his purposes, doing quite well in the tournament. The summer of Levon continues, so to speak. And with that we come to Alireza, who is really riding his luck here. He plays very uncompromising chess, could have lost both, frankly, of his first 2 games, scored 1.5 points instead, which is obviously a very good result from those positions, but then lost this all-important game against Fabiano. And he is actually lagging a little bit behind schedule, so to speak, from 50% after 4 rounds. He needs to win some games. to guarantee his spot in the top 4. And then there's Fabi. Fabi, by beating Alireza in round 3 and Nodirbek yesterday with the black pieces in round 4, he is very comfortable right now. Clear first in our standings, doing exactly what is needed. And once again, keep in mind that he doesn't actually need to win the in reality. Probably a top 3 finish gets him there. But top 1 finish, he doesn't need to think about anything else. Absolutely. And on that note, what's on today?
What is on today? Pairings, Nasi.
Let's have a look at the pairings for round 5. We have Jan-Krzysztof Duda facing Gukesh. The tournament leader, Fabiano Caruana, is playing Wesley Sam Sevian against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Alireza Firouzja, who needs a win, is playing Levon-Aronian.
The juicy pairing for sure.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Praggnanandhaa.
They're fighting hard. All the players are fighting hard. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a lot of money. Total prize fund is $350,000 for this event. First place winner takes home $100,000, second place $65,000, third $48,000. Big prize for everybody. But Yasser, they're also fighting for grand store points.
It's so important to finish in the top 4 and go to Brazil for the final 4, where big prize money awaits the 4 finalists as we're getting ready for this round 5. And I'm noticing that the players are arriving a little bit earlier, and they're like at the board. You can see.
Yeah, that would be very alien to me. Were you an early sit-downer?
I was an early sit-downer. I like filling out my score sheet and having everything like, picture perfect. And it's not that I like talking with the arbiters. I didn't, but I like confirming everything I needed to know. But keep in mind, in my day also, it was like, tomorrow's the rest day. No, tomorrow's the adjournment game. You've got to start at 10, and because you have 2 adjournments, Peter, you're going to be playing at 10 and at 2. And it's sort of like,
I did not really catch. I think I played in one big tournament for the Germans when I was like second reserve in the junior team for at the time Leningrad Oblast. It was still called that. Even I was 12, and I didn't play very many games in that tournament. On the topic of filling out your score sheet, I think we brought this up once, but I'll ask you again. In some tournaments, you get these slightly kind of over-caring arbiters who fill out your score sheet for you.
I hated that. I'd say, give me a blank one. I do it myself.
Normally you don't really want to argue with arbiters, but I have on occasion just handed it back in and said, just...
I've never experienced that arbiter filling out my score sheet.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
That's just not on,
Yeah.
Even if they just fill out the date and the round number, I'm already upset.
Yeah. A very, very big matchup. Alireza with the white pieces. Again, 50%, chasing Levon, who's at +1. And a reversal of fortune here very much is what Alireza needs today. By the way, another funny thing, we don't even talk about it today, but the envelopes, the sealed moves, and the envelopes were kept in safes. And you'd have to put your signature on the back of the envelope, and I would always turn the envelope over and I'd look at the signature to make sure it hadn't been opened. It's like really weird, these procedures. And
all of this
the secret move,
all of
the
this
sealed move.
Lost to the mists of time,
Exactly. And there we see world champion Gukesh.
Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, get ready for the game.
What was interesting to me was watching Nodirbek do this yesterday, because I think we've come to associate this pause before move 1 with the Indian players. Pretty much every single one of the new crop appears to be doing that, but I haven't seen Nodirbek do that before.
By the way, I noticed that Garry Kasparov, he didn't immediately play, and especially when he was black. It's like I played him many times, but in one Olympiad in particular, I just played D2, D4. And he just really went into a tank. It was like, a good 6 minutes before he played Knight of... Was he going to play King's Indian? Was he going to play Grunfeld? And he was And later, he could have used that time.
As mentioned, I do occasionally do these things because I am genuinely unsure what I'm supposed to play today. But Garry, I would not have expected to be in that situation.
And this game, again, everybody desperately needing wins. Wesley so much more so than Fabi with the black pieces. And these two players are titans in the United States chess scene.
Good luck. Please go ahead and start with clock.
We're probably going to see later how many games they've played.
Yeah, and they're head-to-head.
Between each other.
Both of them with a little bit of a smirk
Ooh,
there.
knight
for the
f3.
photos.
Ooh. Okay.
Our
bit
first
unexpected.
occurrence of one knight f3 in this tournament, I think.
No c4, no
I think
d4,
so.
no e4. And knight f3 is basically saying, I want something, but I want to avoid something.
It also
Is he
gives black
avoiding
a
Queen's
very
Gambit?
wide choice. So yeah, you both have flexibility and you provide flexibility for your opponent.
If you don't mind me saying, one thing I'm really stunned by is c4, e5. Let's say I wanted to play a normal, natural English, and what MVL is doing is just kind of like beyond the pale for me. You know, knight f3, knight c6, knight c3, and
Back to d8, yeah.
and back all the way to d8. So I want to play in English, but I don't want to play against e5.
So you start with
So I
knight
start
f3.
with knight f3. Now, because I
Allowed d5 though.
yes, right. Well, but d4 would allow, c4 would not, right?
Yes.
So, okay, I was about to ask you, Peter, what do you think is the most flexible? And I think knight f6.
Knight f6 probably gives you the most amount of flexibility because you can still navigate towards the, you know, not the Nimzo anymore. It's not going to be a pure Nimzo, but like the Queen's Gambit decline, the Ragozin, those groups of openings. You can switch back to the King's Indians. You can switch back to the Queen's Indians if you want. Against c4, you can still play c4, c5 English. Against d4, your entire repertoire is still open. So yeah, knight f6 is probably keeping the most things.
If White
open.
wants to play a London and he's committed himself to knight f3, has he lost a lot of flexibility because of knight c3?
I don't think so. There are some lines where it stays on g1, in particular, I think, against the g6 systems, but nobody plays the g6 systems anymore. Against
English.
the London, yeah, c4.
So
and,
c4.
and Wesley very
have,
happily playing c5.
I might have guessed that Fabi wanted to play in English but didn't want a particular thing. Now the symmetrical, but you could have played.
Fabi had that absolutely crazy game against Lanier in the Rapid and Blitz, but he's not repeating that.
And what happened? What did he do
They
there?
played the main line with the 4 knights, d4, cd4, knight d4, e6, g3.
Yes.
And then
thank you for
he
reminding
unleashed
me.
that Queen b3 novelty on move 8,
Yes.
where White is actually worse.
Yeah.
But he won in 17 moves because Lanier immediately started thinking and did not figure it out over the board. But once you've shown it, I don't think you can do it again.
That was the whole Queen F2 business and so forth. Yeah, okay. So there we have it, a symmetrical, and we'll keep an eye on this
Also,
one.
our first pure Italian of the tournament, which is honestly somewhat surprising. You normally get so many of them.
Where?
But
Sam Sevian and Nodirbek. There we
have
have
an Italian.
Piano.
Yeah.
It is surprising this is the first one.
I mean, it's so sad for me because I'm thinking I probably invested well over, 200, 300 hours on knight g5. I mean, at one time, that was just like the most wonderful.
yeah, it gave you an adventure, right?
Exactly.
Compared to the Gioco Pianos, knight g5. is,
Nobody plays knight g5 anymore.
That's not true. I think it still sort of exists.
On rare occasions.
No, there was a game between Alireza and Fabi in, I want to say,
Rapid
last
Blitz.
year's edition. No, I think it was last year's Sinquefield Cup, which went. I mean,
Bishop D3.
people play Bishop D3 these days, and I think that went knight d5, h4, and going from there. Yeah, away we go. But yeah, today Sam Sevian goes for a more contained option with d3 and c3, and it's so funny to me to see that the board criticizes castles. Like it's marked as dubious.
Missing an opportunity.
To do something. I'm not entirely sure what. But notably, with the pawn on d7, it's maybe less pronounced. But what I very much like is that Nodirbek absolutely is inviting bishop g5 systems. Sometimes people play h6, people keep the king on the 8, maybe to disincentivize the bishop appearing on g5. But Nodirbek, who is having an absolute mare, frankly, he is on half a point out of 4. Very, very unexpected result from him. He is a fantastic player and one of the more interesting players to watch on the circuit. But seems like he's slightly misfiring in more or less every game, and yet still playing absolutely his usual brand of ultra-competitive, fierce chess. Yeah. And this is not a particularly good combination if your brain refuses to cooperate.
Right.
And this is what we're observing. He unleashed a very, very interesting opening surprise against Fabi yesterday. Got a very good position, and then couldn't quite work out what to do there, and even ended up losing. This is maybe the biggest nightmare all of us have, right? You have an opening idea. You actually land it on the board. Yeah. Your opponent doesn't reply to it properly, and you still don't capitalize. Yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing a horrible line score by Nodirbek, and for a player who's the 7th best player in the world, this is a very, very unexpected result. But just as you're saying, Peter, he's playing a very fierce brand of chess. They're head-to-head, Nasi. How do these two? I don't think they played that much. No. In
Our production set us up.
We got set up on that one.
Yeah.
No games. They've never played a
classical
classic.
game.
Yeah. I bet you they played a lot of blitz.
Oh yeah, they must have played a bunch of blitz games. I mean, they're both participants of all the online circuit, and I'm sure they played it in titles and in other places, but. Yeah, I want to switch to something else. Okay. Though. We can talk about the Italian, but this move 5, and we already have something much more concrete to describe. Oh, look at this.
Alireza and Levon.
This is a game between Alireza and Levon. Levon continues to insisting on his French.
Wow.
And today we are being treated. This is very, very nice. So knight c3, knight f6, e5, knight fd7, and we have seen Levon play the position after 4c5, knight f3, knight c6, when the queen takes on b2 later. He's already gotten lost positions in it twice. He scored 1 out of 2.
Right.
So, yeah.
Comfortable draws from lost positions.
Running really well in bad positions in that line, let's put it like this. But Alireza has something else in mind altogether. He goes knight c2, c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3. I actually played this very recently. Which is shocking because I play about 10 games a year, and for me to have a somewhat topical position on the board is rare. I played this against the Turkish youngster Erdogmuş, who played takes and f6 against me, which I think is fine, although knight f4 is of course playable. I kind of chickened out and didn't play knight f4 here, but it is playable. Instead, Levon goes bishop b7, which is also very logical. White goes a3. It's always useful to have this on the board. Black castles, white goes knight f4, Levon goes queen a5. This got an exclamation point from the engine.
Because it wins 2 pawns.
Because it attacks. Yeah, apparently it wins, not just attacks, but wins 2 pawns. And there we go. b4, blundering a pawn. Bishop d3. Blundering another pawn. Queen c2, attacking the pawn on h7. And Levon just instantly goes b7, b6.
Instantly?
Yeah.
So...
They
know. Players.
You can't play b6 if you haven't seen this position before. There's no way you land on this decision.
No.
And, well, I mean, this is a treat. The only problem for me is that I think I would need maybe 10 minutes to kick things about, to feel like I'm not lying to our audience about what's going on, because I have no idea. This is the first time I see this.
Pawn's been taken.
But a kind of a logical continuation would be take, play h4, I don't know, exactly. h3, knight g5.
h4 looks...
Machine says bishop a6 strictly necessary. And apparently bishop e3 strictly only move, because you need to create a threat of knight g5, bishop g8. The way you get the queen to h7, notably, is you play knight g5 and then you open the diagonal by playing bishop g8. It's a very serious threat, but unfortunately for you, if you play knight g5, you run into knight takes d4 and your whole concept collapses.
Okay.
So Machine says bishop e3 strictly only move.
Just, whoa. Let's go back for a second, because this is too much. We're going to have a lot of fun with this one, I can tell you.
Yeah.
So h2, h4, bishop h6. Now I want to stop here, right?
Yeah,
here.
Sure.
Because I'm a very direct kind of guy.
Before we even dive into analysis, Peter, where was the novelty, or is this still a
theoretical let's take
line?
A look, actually.
I think it's bishop h7.
b4 has been played 7 times.
Wow.
She takes b4, bishop d3. Everybody who played b4 played bishop d3. Now I badly want to know if any of these games are by human players or if all of it's correspondence, because this is exactly the kind of a thing that people with engines would try. But there is no way immediately for me to check. Queen c2, 4 games out of 7. And even b6 has been played once.
Wow.
None of this is a novelty, strictly speaking. It's maybe another layer of explanation why they are blitzing so obviously still very well prepared, both of them, because there's even been some practice leading up to here. So we are in this position already. If you don't want to play h4, the engine says if you want, you can abandon the idea of playing h4 with the rook on h1, but get your king out of the center, which honestly makes some sense because it's much better not to have it on e1 when there's so much immediate danger presented. It kind of stops some of your attack, but the lines on my screen are absolutely crazy. The two best moves are the two moves you kind of want to make, either rook f8 or rook a8. It looks very logical to put a rook on c8. If you play rook f8, the engine goes bishop g6. Says Yasser, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world.
I like.
Yeah, and now you have to take. White takes with the knight. You have to play king g8. White throws more things at the black king.
Student body right.
Yeah, somehow bishop f8 is not on my screen. I don't know what it loses to, but apparently it loses to something. Let's ask. Well, it doesn't lose, but this is just incredible. We're actually proceeding with this attack with quiet moves. We're not really mating anybody. We just want to take on a6, maybe play queen g6.
There's not a lot of defenders. I wanted, if you don't mind, I'm really anxious to go to the current position, bishop h7, king h8. I love the move h4, and I love the move bishop a6. Now, I'm a pretty direct kind of guy.
h5 or... you want to go...
Whoa! H4, immediately bishop
Yay! Please play g6.
King takes g8 on... King takes g8 only move.
We're definitely going to show that too.
Ooh,
but I just thought that this was one of the nice mates. I got a lot of mates coming. Bishop g8, king takes g8, strictly the only move, Peter?
Knight g5, but regrettably...
With rook g8?
Rook g8, I think knight g5.
Knight g5. Check this out. Rook takes g8. Let me show you another checkmate.
Peter, you have a different position. Yasser's not included. Are you including h4?
I am. I am definitely including h4, so I can show you yet another checkmate.
Nice.
I got 2.
Knight g5 wins, but the reason I'm laughing is on my board, there is an immediate draw here available to white.
No. That's hilarious.
This is so funny.
Draw.
And you cannot take because discovered mate with h takes g5.
That's pretty.
This is like a pop quiz. Yeah, find a mate on move 18 with a pawn move
discovered.
A discovered pawn move. Yeah, knight g5. So whichever way you go, this is a perpetual. But knight g5 does win after rook takes g8. Because after g6, knight takes f7.
Exactly.
You actually get there. Eventually, you will play h5 and you'll get there. But unfortunately, after king takes g8, knight g5, every single move that doesn't blunder mate in 1 wins.
Really?
Yeah.
Including f5.
Bishop g5, hg, rook fc8, and we run.
You see,
this regrettably does not work.
I have this compulsion to open up the H file. You saw it yesterday with Nodirbek against Fabi. He had to open up the H file. My opponent's king usually doesn't get out.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's regrettable that this is what it is, but unfortunately, rook fc8 wins, as mentioned. G7, g6 in this position wins because if you go knight takes g6, bishop takes g5, h takes g5, king g7. We've sacrificed so much that eventually black returns something and the attack fizzles.
Gotcha.
So yeah, and bishop g8, beautiful move.
Bishop e3.
Okay, bishop e3 disappeared. It is now saying knight g5.
Oh my.
With the intention of meeting knight takes d4 with mate in 5.
Is it a smothered mate? No.
Ooh, gotcha.
Very beautiful. So knight g5
black
forces black.
Tummy.
and now it's bad again. Knight d5 is playable, but apparently g6 is strong.
What? Strong?
Yeah.
Strong?
The thing is...
Can we take it?
The thing is, once again, like you have to wait for it to catch up. I'm still not sure this is true, but knight g6 is supposedly the best move, but this is, like, we're not creating strong enough threats. And we do still have the king on e1, so I can definitely believe that something like that. But look at the lines, though.
That's ridiculous.
Queen e5 is coming.
Yeah, Queen e5 is coming, d4, d3 is coming.
This is ridiculous.
But yeah, as I mentioned, by the way, Alireza did castle. He didn't play h4. But this is a kind of a game where I will have to repeat this time and time again. I would like to be showing you the absolute truth about this position. I probably am not, and I'm sorry about it. But what can you do?
Okay, let's set up the scene for our audience. So we have a French defense. Alireza has come with an offbeat idea of sacrificing 2 pawns, and not just any pawns. There's a pass pawn on the c3 square for black. So he's completely abandoned his queen side in order to win a pawn against black's king. Black's king, however, isn't defended by very much. There's a rook on f8, there's a bishop on e7, but a lot of pieces, let's just put it like that, are hovering over black's position. So it's a pawn sacrifice, and it's a sacrifice where any single move by Levon, which isn't absolutely on target, you could just lose. Like, this is ultra sharp. White's playing with risk, but you can tell from the times that both players just blitz their way to this position.
Yeah, and Levon
who's out-prepared whom?
Looks like Alireza maybe has gotten the first kind of serious shot of the game. And I mean, describing castles as a serious shot is a bit strange, but Levon, this posture appears to be somebody who is actually a bit surprised.
And look at the posture of Alireza.
Alireza is just,
we remember yesterday's the game he lost, where he just looked like he completely deflated. Here he's like, okay, I dare you. Yeah. How do these two match up in their head-to-head, Nazi?
Let's have a look. I'm sure they've played, less than I expected.
Much less than I expected.
They're evenly matched, 4 draws and 1 win for each.
I was expecting at least 10, and I would have been surprised by some teens numbers. Those are very, very few numbers. Only 1 win apiece. Okay. You're not going to give us the absolute truth of the position, but do your best.
I actually wanted to go back a little bit, because this is definitely going to be the central game of the round, at least until maybe it fizzles. But you don't expect it to fizzle. But looking at the 4 other positions, this is the one I want to be talking about.
Exactly.
And I feel like we're not doing our audience justice by not at least trying to explain why the h7 pawn was not protected.
Right.
And honestly, all the ways of protecting it are playable here. I am very interested by it. Like, this is just such a fascinating position to me. You can play h6. I thought maybe there's some mate, but no, white just goes castles, and then goes knight h5, and maybe like a possible line would be b5, knight h5, and if you play, let's say, b5 before, you probably lose to bishop takes h6, gh, queen c1. Yeah, this is what I expected.
Gh.
I didn't play gh yet. And this is a very typical setup where, as long as we can attack the h6 pawn and it cannot be protected, you just get mated. So after knight h5, you already have to pay a lot more attention. The engine goes f5, and it's a mess. So h6 was playable. g6 was playable. g6 is obviously very risky, because then, of course, white will launch the h pawn down the board. But once again, this isn't clear to me.
How many pawns did you?
The engine says this is bad, but this is 4.
It's actually 4 pawns.
4 for a piece.
That's a lot.
And that's a good center.
And we have like the knight on a5 will secure the king side. It's still very dangerous after h5. The engine says now you actually have to give up the pawn on h7 so that the h-file stays closed. Bishop h7, king h8. I'm guessing no knight g6 shots happen. It just goes back and says we are slightly better with white, but once again, you know,
who knows?
Who is better and why, as the quote used to be in my youth. Or knight g6 check, it actually is playable, and then the king actually stays on g8. The only move is bishop f6. Not the only move, but the best move is bishop f6.
Wow.
And it's an ungodly mess. Who knows what this is? Yeah.
Right.
And interestingly, even this move is playable. Which is something you often want to do, with the intention of meeting knight takes e6 with knight d5, and this is completely unplayable for white. This you've lost, because knight f8, knight f3, gf, knight takes d4, like everything collapses. You can just resign here.
Right.
So after f5, white probably plays for some g4 break. Yeah, it goes rook b1, I guess maybe to solve the problem of knight b4 coming in, and it goes g4 next move, against pretty much anything, like knight b6, g4. And off we go to the races.
Again.
We are 2 down here.
Yeah.
We do not have a direct threat that needs to be addressed immediately. This is an unbelievably interesting position to talk about. Like black can play queen a4, black can play knight c4.
Yeah.
It's very, very interesting that b6 is the choice. And obviously this is something that Levon knows, because you don't play this in 3 seconds flat otherwise.
So to reiterate, Levon need not have sacrificed his h-pawn. He could have played, as you said, f5, g6, h6. Instead, he went for b6, which was the engine's top choice. After b6, we snapped the pawn.
We snapped. We did not
play h4.
Which I assume is a forced draw. And actually, let's try to at least explain, because I keep on mentioning this move bishop e3, but we haven't analyzed it for a second. Yeah. Bishop e3, seemingly the best choice is knight bishop takes a3. Now we go knight g5. Okay, bishop g8 now is a winning threat.
That was a pawn I would have captured.
But there are things going on the other flank. And this ends up being a draw somehow after queen d1.
No, not even queen g6.
Whoa, I actually did not realize. Yeah, queen g6 loses to c2. Because we are actually getting mated in the center, you know? Like, it's not just the pawn is queening. We are kind of getting mated on this side of the board, which is regrettable. Yeah?
Well, I was kind of hoping for mate on the other side of the board.
No, not quick enough. Yeah, so queen d1, because now after c2 you can play knight f7. Rook takes f7 is mate. This is why we played queen d1.
Nice.
Queen
that
h5 and queen h8.
Okay,
so after knight f7, you have to take on h7, and this turns out to just be a perpetual. Knight h6, and then...
Right.
This is fantastic. I could spend hours just showing this.
Yeah.
Just hours.
Beautiful.
So this is somehow a draw. And this is, I guess, why Alireza played castles, because he does not want to force draw. He wants to play a game. Bishop a6 played, rook e1 played, I'm pretty sure, and rook fc8 played by Levon. After, you know, we suggested he may have been caught unawares by castles, but he quite quickly made the 2 major moves of the engine, so maybe he actually knows this as well.
Okay. Whew. I feel like we've already been on a great adventure. We got to catch our breath.
Yeah.
Try to sum up the current position. What's going on right now?
Draw?
Draw. How?
Bishop g6 by far the best move, because black is... The reason we played rook fc8 is we want to put... Yeah, going back to Bent Larsen and his description of the knight on f8, solving all of the world's problems.
Yep.
fg6 pretty much only move if you go back to f8. First of all, nobody goes back to f8, and secondly, after both bishop h5, and even more interestingly, h2, h4 is a strong move. I don't know what the idea of h2,
well, the bishop on h7 was on a terrible square. Now it's on a great
square. So you have to take fg,
okay,
and now both moves are a draw.
Both moves are a draw.
This I described, and actually maybe not a draw. It now likes black with the move bishop e7, c5. I'm sorry, I'm going to be giggling like a giggly person.
I missed that one.
I do not know. I think we're fighting for the b1 h7 diagonal, and this matters more than a full piece. Alternatively, we can take with the queen, which you have to play knight f8.
More natural.
White goes queen f7 is an immediate draw, because after rook c7 we have knight h5.
Bishop you have to moves.
Actually, this is no longer a draw.
Alireza has played bishop g6, by the way.
Of course he has. He knows. Yeah, I have no idea. It's now bad for white, because the engine realized you can give up a rook and a knight. The engine now goes bishop c5, queen takes c7, bishop e7 back.
Is the queen trapped?
And just traps the queen on c6.
That is incredible.
I'm sorry, this is not very professional, but I am enjoying this a great deal.
That is crazy.
So fg6, we are currently, I think we are expecting maybe knight takes, because queen takes, although the engine was also saying after knight f8 you can drop it back, like queen g4, queen g3. Currently queen g3 is the best move. And after rook c7, the intention is to play knight takes e6, then give a check from h3.
Perpetual?
And this appears to be a perpetual, regrettably. If this fizzles by move 20, it will still be a very, very exciting game, but it will be a cause for regret, I think, because this is just so much fun.
Wow. Now I'm going to put you both on the spot, because Alireza has played so quickly. Not only do I think it's prep, how much further
I'm sure they've seen the perpetual.
For
Until the
Alireza,
end.
it probably continues until more or less the end.
Which
For
is
Levon?
10 moves from now?
Could
5
be,
moves?
could be anything. Like, we don't know. Some lines end very quickly.
Yeah, some end line
Yeah.
and in perpetual,
Yeah.
or where
This is
these-
not a kind of a line where you end with the
Bishop D6,
infinity symbol. and
with
just-
dynamic play or something. I know.
Plus, Levon has been playing French consistently, so
Yes.
Alireza could have had this morning in his prep.
Yes.
I think that is very.
I think that's a very fair
very
assessment.
very
too.
good chance this is what happened.
Wow. By the way, now I just got the turquoise blue, Bishop G7, double exclamation.
Yeah, Bishop G6 is a good move. Yeah.
Bishop G6. Seriously, I've played the French my whole life. I've never gotten anywhere close to the variations that you've just been regaling us with, Peter. That's some really, really amazing stuff. Thank you so much. My God, I may never. I may never. When's that free day?
Very soon. Yeah,
Very soon. Wow, what a.
check how other players.
No, I don't think I can take it.
Let's go. Yeah, Duda and Gukesh.
Are there other players in the tournament, by the way?
I think they are. Yes.
Okay, let's. My gosh, what have we got? We've got a
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's
declined
Gambit
here.
with E3.
This is, by the way, potentially
And the-
very interesting as well.
Yeah, early A6 and
Super.
B6.
A4. Okay, basically Duda says, my bishop, which is not doing anything, I want to keep it.
Wants to trade on.
And the crazy
Wants to
part
avoid
is
the
when
trade.
I'm black and I have such a bishop on D6, I'm never thinking of trading it. I'm just trying to prevent white from trading it. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to see knight B5. I want to defend the pawn on C7. I want to play knight E4. Peter, you want to jump in on this?
Yeah, I
E2,
wanted to say that
A4.
this is potentially, and okay, very much depends on how, like, whether Gukesh understands how promising this position potentially is. Because I think if you castle short, you're completely fine.
Sure.
But the thing is, you can and possibly you should castle long.
Really?
Okay.
The engine puts the knight on E4 and then goes long.
Yeah.
But specifically after A4 to castle long?
I don't know if that's very relevant even, because white is not really launching any kind of an attack on the queen side. You're always
Not with
prepared to meet
B4.
A5 with B5.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I mean, Duda is, we applaud the effort. Like the bishop goes to D3 in these positions.
Sure, sure.
I don't know why it's on G2, to be honest. It's like, it's not like the long diagonal is particularly attractive. But what it also does, and this is why I think the plan is so strong, you go knight E4, I expect white to castle,
Okay.
and then we castle long, and we have an immediate ready-made idea of playing H5, H4, because there's a hook here.
Right.
We have a target. And, I mean, it appears to be very playable. Let's say A5, if you play H4, I can play F6, then play G5. And it's, the problem for white is that it's not that easy to figure out exactly where your counterplay will come from. It seems extremely strange in these types of like Queen's Gambit / I don't know, maybe it's a position you could get from a Queen's Indian somewhere, right? You don't see the king on B8 very often in those.
Right.
But if you think about it, like, okay, you can play rook F1, provoking B8.
I was thinking
How
A5,
are we making any progress on the queen's side?
provoke B5, and at some point take knight B5, right?
Yeah, or yeah, something like this. But the thing is, I don't think we have enough. Okay, it works here.
Because there is Queen C6
Yeah,
check.
it works
after
here,
A7.
but and this is the shocking part. The engine actually trades away arguably the best piece on the board
just to stop knight B5.
and gives black a massive advantage. Because now, like, yes, we have this plan, but it takes 4 moves, and you're going to get mated in the meantime, and particularly if the knight leaves the F3 post, because G5 is next move. It says -1 here. It's very nice that you spotted knight B5 and A6. I didn't think it was working, but it is absolutely working here. But yeah, knight takes E3, followed by B5. And I mean, it looks ugly as hell. Like, you don't do this to yourself normally. But
Nice.
but we are launching a direct attack on the other side of the board, and we are entirely safe on the other side.
By the way, I just want to say in that final position, if you don't mind, for me, the hero is the bishop on D6.
Yeah.
The bishop on D6 is not only hitting G3, but it really is covering that.
Yeah, covering a
crucial
lot of
weakness.
squares on the other side of the board.
Yeah, and that's why the move A2, A4 so very confounding because like you don't want to stop bishop A3 because that would be a bad move, but also you're not threatening A5, and I'm not playing B5, B4 for some random reason.
No.
So A4 looks like a bad one, and like you say, G3 pawn, go H5.
Yeah,
H5,
you can
H5.
even go H5 immediately. But the thing is,
Wow.
you are it's like so against your training to go long in these groups of openings that for Gukesh, do you even consider it? I mean, you're completely fine in your car if you pass it short. The engine still gives black a slight edge. Like you're not in any trouble whatsoever.
Right.
It's just that you've cut down on your.
But you have an option.
Yeah, you're no longer really going to be attacking on the king side, and then
H5. That's a clear indication.
Oh, that is very good.
That he's ready to castle long.
That is very good. I am very happy about this.
Wow.
I am very, very happy about this.
Guys, across the board, we've got some amazing games, amazing positions. The day before the free day. I don't want to look at another game anymore, by the way, because I really like this
set
move.
too high now, right?
Yeah, 8. Well, geez, I mean.
And you will be somewhat disappointed on some of the other boards. Let's take a look at the All-American clash between Fabi and Wesley. Just
that looks.
What's the opposite of the palate cleanser?
Okay, we do have E5, and the players have zip their way to a bishops of opposite color position, and it's like they've taken no time. Wesley says, "Look, I know I'm a pawn down, but my king is safe. I've got a great blockade. Your chances of winning are nil, or very small. Sorry, nil is wrong."
One game we haven't looked at yet is MVL against Prague. And that was another.
Are there any other games?
Oh, that's a Rossolimo. That's a Rossolimo, and it's actually is a pretty dynamic position.
And this
MVL
is the game
versus Prague.
And wait a minute, wasn't Prague on the white side of this against Fabi? That was the bishop c6, e5, knight e4 game.
That was round 2, I want to say.
Okay. Yes, because round one
he beat Gukesh.
Yeah. Okay. Please, Peter.
So bishop e5, g6, castles, bishop g7. That game featured.
I think it was rook e1.
Rook e1, knight f6, right? And in this position, after rook e1, Prague himself does not repeat knight f6, goes e5, which is arguably maybe the main move in this position these days. Bishop c6, d takes c6, d3. What you want is a knight on some square where it can go to d4 or f4.
Right.
But it's a long way, and people do tend to play queen e7 here to prepare knight f6 because you want to protect the pawn on e5. In response, white goes a3, knight f6, b4, Prague castled here, b takes c5. Sometimes they do this, but it's going to get pinned by a4 bishop a3. A4 bishop a3 is happening pretty much in every single scenario anyway. So Prague takes with the queen, goes a4, rook d8, sidestepping the skewer. A little bit better for white, I would say, I guess, despite the two bishops on the black side, because the structure is slightly more fluid. The bishop on g7 is going to be kind of passive. White wants maybe to put the bishop on e3, play knight bg2, queen b1, b2 or so. But obviously can't really be all that bad for black either.
We're still in the choir book for theory,
Not
Peter?
anymore. Up to b takes c5, queen takes c4. Oops, hang on a second. Let me...
You figure that one out. We'll figure out the lifetime head-to-head between these two players, Nazi.
Let's see. Wow.
Ooh,
Only
5 games.
one decisive game between those two. MVL won once, and then 4 draws.
Between them, I'm just looking at their ratings. How on earth has MVL fallen to 18?
It's shocking, right?
Like this is a man who's always on the Grand Chess Tour and always seems to be
Finishes in top 3, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, he's cruised his way to a 50% score when he could have just easily be at +2 because he had to. And the shocker was that game 3 not winning a full piece up against Levon-Aronian. Well, Levon said he's got an angel on his shoulder. You're back with us, Peter.
I am back.
You're about to tell us what the theory is.
Actually, I don't know why I said h3 was played. It wasn't. This is still a theoretical position. People normally play either bishop a3 or knight bd2.
Makes sense.
The idea of h3, I guess, is, first of all, in some cases you actually want to prevent that bishop coming off the board, although here I think it's less of a concern. Because
it has a good square.
Yeah, here black I don't think wants to trade it for a knight. But maybe you want the bishop on e3 and not a3. That would be an explanation for including h3 prior to committing the bishop to any square. The knight pretty much always goes to g2, but you do want some flexibility as to where you develop this guy.
Okay. The engine says
0-20. I played these types of positions a bunch from the wide side. I kind of like them because, let's make some moves. Let's go h3, bishop b6, bishop b3, queen d6, knight b2.
Okay.
You want to put the queen on b1, perhaps on b2.
You want to put the pawn
if
on
you provoke
a5.
b6, maybe you play a5. e5 is constantly a bit of a target. Maybe if you manage to play knight c4 in a way that you can recapture. Not, obviously, you don't want to recapture with the d-pawn, but if you can support it, let's say you get the queen over to c3.
Yeah.
And then you want to play knight c4, and you're very happy if that bishop gets traded for a knight. And I think maybe the largest point I want to make here is black, at least for the first part of the game, will not really have any active counterplay. You don't want to be playing for some kind of an m5 break because that generally ruins your position more than it creates any problems for white. You're not really pushing your majority on the queen side because this kind of a structure, it's not that easy to do it in a way that you will enjoy. I mean, you can start pushing those pawns, but that probably just creates weaknesses. But on the other hand, black is extremely solid. So
Thank you, Peter. I think we have to jump to Alireza Levon
Sure.
because they are repeating right now.
Yeah,
Whoa!
they
that
got
happened
to that
fast.
position, yeah.
Can the through repetition be avoided?
So we left
play
it
for
after bishop
something more?
g6. The bishop was captured as we expected it to
Knight
be.
f8, Alireza played queen g4, rook c7.
This is
They
all.
follow the line
Yeah,
precisely.
queen g4 instead of queen g3, but it leads to the same position anyway.
I think queen h3 check, and this is a. Wow, a crazy opening is coming down to what so often happens at modern chess. You play all of the sharpest moves, everything is answered absolutely correctly, and then it's triple zeros. Oh no, oh no, triple zeros? Who's going to win the tournament, Nasi? We've got statistics to tell us that.
Let's have a look at the pie charts then.
All right, here we go. And we know at the start it was anybody's guess.
Fabi had a slight lead at 16%, but Pragg, Firouzja, Abdusattorov, Gukesh, they were all very close.
As was Wesley, as was Levon, as was...
Pretty much everybody, actually, yes. After day one, we had
After
two
day
players
one.
with the perfect score. That was Praggnanandhaa.
Right?
Fabi was still in third. And after day two, it was Firouzja who won his game, so he joined the lead. And then, after day three, everything changed when Fabi became...
The sole... Well,
Not
no,
so little
no,
yet,
he was
but
tied, sorry.
He was tied with Pragg and Levon.
He became one of the Trinity, yes?
Now, after day four, I believe there's going to be a massive piece of pie just for Fabi.
51%. That's pretty huge.
Pragg at
Wow.
17 and Levon at 13. The rest of them kind of fall far back behind.
Peter Nasi just asked a very salient question. Is there any way that Firouzja can continue the game? Or?
Yes.
Yes.
It's still zeros, but
there is
if
a
you
way.
want to play on, you play rook e3. This does create threats. Actually, not zeros anymore.
You're worse, right?
Yeah, you probably don't. Yeah, the immediate drop of the evaluation indicates that maybe you shouldn't do that. You do generate a threat of like knight g5, rook h3 mate, but
very
unfortunately
powerful.
for white, after bishop c8, let's say queen g6, bishop d7, the engine suggests once this bishop is over on e8, it covers a lot of squares, and we are a full piece down. We have to remember that it's not a pawn we sacrifice here. It needs to be quick, and it doesn't seem to be quick enough here because.
Well, let's continue the line. I need the knight to move out of the way. 91. Let's go. Oh,
Knight
there's
e1,
no
knight-
rook h3.
Yeah, I mean we covered h3.
Maybe g4?
Okay.
This gives us
First
some
line,
hope.
but and the reply is going to be darkly amusing to us. Giving away the full piece to get the rook away from the h3 square.
And if I don't take you, have knight
Yeah, it goes to f4, and here it goes queen a4.
Stop.
Attacking the pawn on g4 kind of forces you to play e6, plays bishop e8. We are no longer a full piece down, but we are some material down, and our attack is gone, and the position is in ruin.
I feel so frustrated. Every time I try to get my rook over to h3, I try to get some super ultra aggressive move going.
Yeah,
92. That's, come on.
Yeah, feels like
That's unfair.
Feels like if you don't take the perpetual here, you are gambling. Very much. And the kind of a gamble which probably will not pay off because finding bishop c8, bishop d7
It's
is
not,
really not that difficult.
not difficult, no.
Yeah, you're not asking difficult enough questions. And against Levon, this is not being a blitz game. In a blitz game, maybe you try it. In particular, if your opponent is on a minute already. But in a classical game where Levon got here with 7 minutes, spent on the clock. Probably
Strong indication. Okay, one other try. Queen G6, you went Bishop C8. Queen G6?
Queen G6.
So trying everything.
Queen B5 is even stronger, trying to land it on D3. This is apparently just straight up lost now.
Yeah, that's just too...
Because like Rook D1 is way too slow, and I can probably also go Queen E2, Queen E4 if I have to.
The difference I had in mind, Peter, was that if you had played Bishop C8, I was looking at Bishop H6 and...
Loses to E6?
Loses.
This loses. Bishop C8 now loses because E6. Bishop F4 is now a threat. Bishop G5 is a threat. Bishop C8 here is very poor.
B5.
Yeah, but Queen B5 just wins on the spot. And I think it's once again it's findable because this is just such an important diagonal. Many French players will be familiar with how important it is to land a piece on it.
You know, Peter, if you don't mind, if you could go back a few moves when we've castled and the move Bishop A6 was originally played. Now, don't get me wrong, Rook E1 is a fine move, but I had it in my mind that I wanted to play Knight G5, and I didn't want to suffer the consequences of Knight D4.
Okay.
So I thought Rook D1 was natural.
Rook D1, similar positions somehow are worse compared.
I now cover D3 in our line.
Yeah.
Bishop G6, F takes G, Queen takes G6. Knight F8, Queen G4.
No, Queen A4 comes with a tempo.
Yeah, Queen A4 is a massive tempo, attacking the rook and coming to C2.
You covered D3, but there's still C2.
C2.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also C3, C2 is very strong, which is also not surprising.
But to throw in
it actually isn't. It's in the way. It's in the way. Yeah, you took away the D3 square, but he gave many options,
including
which weren't available.
Queen A4.
Yeah, which weren't available earlier.
Rats,
yeah,
rats,
Alireza,
double rats.
This has to be incredibly frustrating for Alireza, though, because this is a pretty fresh idea.
It's like he snared an opponent in his net. And
he didn't even make him think.
No.
That's like, if Levon gets there after sweating for an hour and like was clearly being nervous and having to work at the board,
you feel
you still feel let down, but at least you've achieved something. But like you show this, and
the guy snaps out all of it.
And he like sits with his head in his hands for like 5 minutes, clearly remembering what the file says, and then just does all the best things in reply. Yeah,
wow.
I had that experience once. Yeah, that was the last time I seriously played the Berlin with the white pieces, and then I gave up. I was playing a Grand Prix event, and me and my second and my childhood friend, Vasily Melin, we looked at the field and we realized it's like a 14-player field, out of which like 10 players can play the Berlin against me. And we thought, again, in those years I played no other first move.
Then E4.
Apart from E4. So something needed to be done. And the two options were, I don't know, start playing the bishop opening or something, or actually sit down and work on the Berlin. And we found some very interesting ideas. And the two games, it was only two somehow. Nobody else played it. I played a game against Ruslan Ponomarev, and I played a game against Leko. And against Leko, I showed my most promising idea. The idea I thought was like the newest, the
big reveal.
The big reveal.
Yeah.
He started thinking of move 24. And then he kind of patted me on the shoulder and said, "Good idea, Peter. One of the better ideas against the Berlin."
As he proceeded to make a draw. Right? Very nicely done.
Very nice, but nicely done, Peter. You've done your homework. Yeah, very nice. Yes. And I thought,
I'm pleased to allow you to make a draw.
Okay. Yeah. I'm done with this opening.
Now, why is this position a draw, Peter? So you want to go perpetual, but what if Levon says, "I'm not giving. Show me your pipette."
Well, you have to go to F8 then.
Yeah.
If you don't want to,
I don't want a pipette.
Yeah. Weirdly, you're in trouble now.
Because it's a quiet move, Queen
G6, yeah.
Did you think that was the
if you play Queen B5 here?
I thought we were still going to give check on
I did, and I was calculating a king run.
We're losing with black here. Queen H7 is very strong. Or even more directly, you can play E6, Bishop F6, Knight G5.
So king is somehow better on H8 than it is on F8.
It's in the way here. Knight H7 is a kind of an unstoppable threat. It's remarkable. King F8 just straight up loses, apparently.
Wow.
To a very unusual idea. Yeah. I mean, we still have the perpetual. You cannot go towards the center.
Because?
Well, I mean, it'll cost you material.
Well,
or actually, it will get you mated. It's not even material. You get mated on D6.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, not mate if you
See,
still have knight e5.
our commentators must show all possible checkmates.
Absolutely.
Then there we go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This game
Providing a
alone, I
valuable
think,
service.
we showed 15 checkmates.
But they were earlier. Now we're showing
We're getting our
perpetual
quota
checks.
in the first half hour of the show. No, this is tremendously
Impressive.
exciting, but appears to be winding down, regrettably, because...
So, to repeat, Levon absolutely has to play King H8.
Yeah.
King F8 would actually be losing.
He's already has not
Already
done the bad thing
indicated,
once. Yeah, I
yeah,
don't think he is entertaining many ideas of King F8.
And what is Alireza doing? Is Alireza got his king head in his hand? Is he looking vexed?
No, I
is he
think
thinking?
he's going to repeat, but he's not in a rush to do so. He doesn't seem too happy. Of course, he had the white pieces. He had an
He
interesting
came with the
idea.
big idea, knight e2, and sacrificed 2 pawns. And Levon has just played all the perfect moves, and he's done it quickly as well. And we do have Queen H3, and it looks like an inevitable draw. And by the way, for Levon, I mean, this is like absolute perfection. I mean, making a draw with the black pieces against your nearest rival who needs a win. That really just feels so darn good.
Yeah, in under 25 moves and getting 2 rest days in a row.
Right? And there you go, Queen E6. We're about to see, this will be a...
Yeah, Levon's not even considering King F8 because he knows it's a losing move.
Yeah.
You don't even need to see Queen G6. Once you realize Queen F5, you still have to go to G8. Why bother?
Why bother?
Why bother? Yeah.
And that's it. I think that was
They can claim
third. Well, I guess
They can claim now, yeah.
And there it is. Wow. Fantastic stuff. I mean, no, seriously, great preparation. But what's extraordinary to me is that this didn't faze Levon at all. He was prepared for some crazed opponent who was going to come at him with all guns blazing. Has that ever?
Kind of curious what they're talking about.
I know. Where's our mic when you need one? I mean,
Yeah.
Okay.
We need the Stump microphone, yeah.
Exactly. You just made a reveal there with your game with Peter Leko, where you had a big novelty. It was well met, and you just got stopped essentially.
Yeah, it does happen, and obviously, like in my game against Peter Leko, I think this is the expected result because
Right.
he's always been a much more diligent opening worker and just
Right.
tended to know more than I do. But that was just such a dispiriting experience because it was the one time in my life where I actually invested, I think maybe 2 weeks of my life into trying to find something, into trying to find one idea, one and a half ideas against the Berlin. And the first time I got it at the board, the guy just laughs in my face and just like shows the entire solution. So I can never repeat it either. Like the solution has already been shown to everybody else. It's just horrible.
Brilliant. We have our first result of this round 5 and pairings as well. Take it away, Nasi.
All right, we had a quick draw between Alireza, Firouzja, and Wesley. Other games, of course, still going on.
Fabi,
What a draw that was.
yeah, but
What an exciting draw that was.
very
Gave
brave.
us a lot of checkmates to discuss.
We were all aflutter, absolutely. And we do have a very special guest in studio, our defending Sinquefield Cup champion, Alireza. Ali, you excited us today. We discovered a lot of checkmates, probably happier moments for you. Tell us about today.
Rook e3 is a try, yeah?
No.
Actually,
No, probably loses.
It loses?
Probably loses, yeah.
Okay.
Comes close to losing anyway.
Once the engine thinks about it, it turns to -1.
Okay. Yeah, but, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, you came with a big idea today. But
No, I mean,
Levon seemed incredibly well prepared. It's very hard to
Yeah.
catch.
No, it's just ridiculous. He remembered everything. I found this, it's not even, computer doesn't even show it B6. I found it last minute in my preparation.
Really?
Yeah, there are many moves. F5, there's H6.
Yes. F5, G6,
yeah,
H6.
B6 is not even top 3, I think, of computer, but it's just cleaning, right?
Well, I want to ask, are you one of those players who are in the engine wars? You absolutely need these cloud engines and the super engines to double check your analysis? Because B6 turns out on our engine was the main move.
Oh,
One of the main moves.
One of the main moves.
Yeah.
But after B6, you munched happily. Our main move was H4.
It's draw, so it doesn't matter.
It's a draw as well. Yeah, okay. So share your thoughts.
Yeah, Rook C8 is a... Okay, I was hoping he would not see Rook C8 and Rook C7s, but yeah, it's actually not so hard. I don't know. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, Rook C7,
Yeah.
Did he find Rook C8 at the board, or was it part of his
No,
prep?
he remembered everything. It's impossible to find, I think, Rook C8, Rook C7 at the board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook E3, how it loses?
Bishop C8, Queen G6, Bishop D7. It gets to E8 and seems to protect everything, and it just doesn't work move by move.
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah.
And for the moment, also H3 is covered.
Yes, nice.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, modern chess.
Modern chess. I think we're all still a little bit stunned, but no, seriously, we were having a lot of fun with the checkmates that could have occurred after H4. Whoa.
Yes, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Oh my gosh. So here, I mean, so you had the big novel, well, the big idea prepared, and somehow your opponent had also guessed that you might come.
No,
this line.
if I saw B6 like 10 minutes before we come to the hall, so otherwise I would not go for this line. But
right.
I didn't consider B6 in my preparation. So.
Oh my.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. You've got a rest day coming up, Alireza. Happy for that? I mean, you need a big push to make the playoffs.
Playoffs, no, it's very hard now. Playoffs already is not in my mind. I just want to play good and finish the tournament with decent result. It's fine.
Yeah. What will you do on your rest day?
I just try to not look at chess anymore and just try to go outside a bit.
Yeah, take walks and stuff like that. Are you? Do you go into the gym? Do you work out?
No, during tournament I don't go, but normally I just go outside, try to walk a bit.
Yeah. Do you enjoy walking in the forest park?
Yes. Go to zoo maybe also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Well, enjoy your rest day.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Man after my own heart.
We'll
just
see
pause.
you in 2 days.
Pause a moment as we go back to the playing hall, and we thank Alireza for joining us and sharing, well, a disappointing result, but a fun. I mean, come on, that was fun.
For us, it was fun. Yes.
What a game! What a game!
It's so important what he said, that the move B6 he saw 10 minutes before he had to leave for the game.
And that is a kind of a strange moment too, right? Because
it's too late to change
you're kind of hyped. You like you've already decided that you're going to play this rip-rousing, attacking game, and then
honestly,
it's
very impressive that if it's actually 10 minutes, then he found the entire line with Bishop G6 in 10 minutes. This is very, very good work from him, actually.
Right.
I mean, we're very impressed with Levon.
Right.
But if he had 10 minutes to work out how to reply to B6, and he told us H4 is a draw, which is a draw, and he also found this entire line with Queen G6, Queen G4.
Which is also a draw.
This is not a lot of time to analyze this position.
No.
There's a lot of stuff to look at.
By the way, I want to be like Levon. I want to play 1 hour long games in classical chess, and I want everything worked out, and I want to know. I mean, this is back to back. This is
you know
back
what
to
you
back.
have to do for that, Yasser?
What's that? Devote myself
exactly to the opening prep
and
day
have a dozen people helping me as well. Could you get us caught up on the Duda game if you don't mind, Peter? Because
there's been some developments.
A lot of developments.
I actually kind of like Jan-Krzysztof's reply. The engine doesn't say it's particularly good, but I like it in principle because we do want to. This is a horrible piece.
Agreed.
And Jan-Krzysztof just says, I need to deal with it somehow. Goes Queen C1, Knight E4. Takes on E4. The engine says he's much, much worse now, by the way. But I think, sort of conceptually, I'm very much on board with this. The problem is, after f5, I was even looking at some ideas of playing b6, b5 here, just to really lock the knight on d2, but the engine doesn't like it. It goes h4, bishop a3, and now a bunch of very strong choices. It likes f5. It likes even the very simple takes queen e6, because we're still castling queenside, actually.
Yeah.
So we're not that worried about the fact that kingside castling is illegal. And yeah, says white is in trouble. The one thing you don't want to do, you can include h3, but that I think makes white's life a lot better. Yes, you do have to play bishop g2 f1, which is not very attractive, but you no longer really have to think about, you know, the kingside opening and you getting overrun. It's still not fun. It's actually not that bad. I mean, it's good.
Yeah, for black.
For black. But the other lines are probably stronger. Keeping the h3 idea in your back pocket and just doing something more flexible for the time being. Taking or playing knight f6 maybe, because this is where the knight belongs. Some kind of a setup with the bishop on d5.
You've been mentioning f5.
Yeah, f5 is very playable here. Just to make sure you'd never blunder the pawn on e4.
I like that.
Takes.
Let's
say knight c4.
Yeah.
Queen b4 check is actually very annoying here, because we will be taking on b3, where we, in homage to Yasser, we absolutely are winning that pawn if we're allowed to.
Thank you very much.
So this is not really very playable. I guess maybe you can try queen c3, but then knight f6, knight c4. You can put it on e6, put the knight on d5.
This looks like a very
we might actually still, as I mentioned, despite the knight appearing on e5, we absolutely are still on board with castling queenside and putting it on b8. And then maybe g5, f4.
This is a joy for black?
Yeah. There's really no attack coming.
There's a white king that doesn't have a home.
And actually maybe it goes there as well. But then you really aren't giving any mate on the queen side with white. So yeah, black is enjoying a very nice game so far. And full credit to Gukesh, because as I said, once you realize it exists, you I think, very naturally drawn to the idea of h5. But your default setting in these openings is so much to castle kingside without really even a second thought. That,
exactly. In a bullet game, you wouldn't give it a second thought.
Well done to the world champion.
Thank you, Peter. Nazi, were you surprised yesterday when Duda came on the show and he said that he's really pushing himself in the direction of blitz and kind of giving up classical? He said he's not playing in the World Cup. He's not playing in the Grand Swiss. He's not really pursuing any candidates like dreams.
Yeah, of course I was surprised for a top player like him to say that.
And so young.
Maybe he just needs a little bit of a break from classical chess. He'll focus on blitz, and I can't imagine him not coming back to the classical chess.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Magnus Carlsen, let's be clear, Magnus is basically leading the way. And he says, look, I'm not playing, I abdicated my classical chess title. I'm going to pursue
all other formats,
freestyle and what have you. I don't know if we have a head-to-head between these two players, but in case we do, I'm just curious how they match up. And
I think we do have it.
Excellent.
And they've played 2 draws.
2 draws.
Not many games between these two.
The understatement of the day.
I mean, hey, we have a game today where there's 0 games between them, Sam Sevian and Nodirbek. So
that's true.
This is much higher.
That's right.
Infinitely more games.
Infinitely more games. In fact, I want to go around. I want to go to the MVL Prague game, because from our tournament standings perspective, these two have a lot of points between them.
They're both fighting for the Final Four. I mean, MVL is very comfortable, but Prague
absolutely. A4.
Finish well.
Rook, knight to d2, queen e7. So as Peter was mentioning, we just kind of try to press as best we're able against the pawn on e5.
We're provoking f6, right? If you play bishop b2, black has to go f6.
Yes.
No, my question was, maybe Prague is planning to reply to bishop b2 with bishop b6? Because I think the knight gets trapped on e5 if you take.
Really?
Bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6. Knight c5, f6, I think wins a piece, right? Or knight f5, f6, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it does.
You have no squares.
Bishop a3, you have queen c7, right? Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, if the knight drops back, e5 is still hanging. I don't know how long we can manage without actually playing f7, f6.
Yeah, we can't afford to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
suspect it is the plan because the bishop kind of belongs on e6 anyway, and why not ask quite a question like how are you replying to
I
bishop e6?
think you
I guess
were.
I'll just go knight e3.
Yeah, well, I think that Peter once said, you know, a good plan might be to put your knight on c4 when you can recapture it with your queen. So if I do something
Yeah, I
along
like
these
this.
lines, like if you do
like
this,
this.
I probably provoke you into making a bad move, because actually the b file.
Yeah, as long as b5, b4 doesn't win a piece.
Yeah, right. the b file.
But isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah. Regrettably for us, I think it loses a piece, but...
So I have to be a little bit more.
Yeah, queen
prosaic.
b3 is...
Queen c3.
Queen b3 is awkward, but maybe it's fine, actually. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no way to exploit it.
Okay. So begs the question: what's going on in the position, Peter?
Nothing sharp. If you really want to provoke f6, you obviously have the option of bishop g5,
Clear.
which does force f6, but you waste the tempo because the bishop probably drops back to d2 or e3 or somewhere. But
Then after bishop e6, what do we do with the
yeah,
knight?
knight fg2 maybe
With
this
the other
setup.
knight.
Yeah, knight fg2, queen b1, queen b2, something like this. And for black, I guess if you give me three moves, my three moves are probably bishop f7, knight c7, knight e6. More than knight d6, I think I would like that knight on the e6 square, where it could be aimed at some good squares in the center.
Keeping the two bishops.
But I do see that the bishop on e3 is razor sharp.
It is a
on
good
the
square, yeah.
a7.
When should we
pawn,
try
so
e5?
Always.
Always.
I mean, it can't be bad because, as we just saw, it stops it from blundering a piece
Yep.
when you get to play b5 and b4, right? And, you know, we very, very, very much would like, in this position, let's say I'm going to play a bad move, we very much like to play a5 in all circumstances, right? Just to nail down this pawn as much as we could possibly do that.
And conversely, if you have a spare tempo, do you play b6? Let's say bishop g5, f6, bishop b3.
Okay.
With black, play b6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that if a5, you're ready to meet it with b5.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, but then you're at a certain moment, you're likely to have to play c5
It's
anyway,
possible
right?
that you can force me to play c5 maybe. Although, how exactly? Let's say I go bishop b6 here.
Right. And then knight d2. We're going to break and pause our analysis because we have a very special guest on the phone who's joining us. Welcome, Garry Kasparov.
Yes, thanks for having me. So no, black doesn't have to play c5.
Jumping right in. Garry, where are you?
I'm in Croatia, still in Croatia.
Enjoying your summer holidays?
Yes. It's partially holidays, but the world is ablaze.
Yes.
I'm not talking about chess, actually. So that's why I'm busy. So, and I'm very happy that I could carve a few minutes to do a chess interview because 99% of my time spent on anything but chess.
Well,
the games without rules.
Which is ironic, of course, Garry, because the world is ablaze, but it's ablaze for your upcoming Clash of the Legends with none other than Vachier-Lagrave. You've got a big match coming up in October here in St. Louis, and we couldn't be more thrilled that you're playing
why
Vichy.
do you call clutch chess? Is it kind of chess on clutches?
Well, it's the idea that in the third day, the points that are up for grabs.
Will grow. So okay, I still have a chance. After being demolished in the first 2 days, I hope I recover my old magic.
Precisely. That's exactly what clutch chess is all about. It gives you a chance to climb back into the match.
Yes.
I know you've got other things on your mind, but tell us what it means to be playing against Vachier-Lagrave again.
Look, I think it's entertaining, and I think I should give Vichy a chance to improve our score. So it's a great opportunity. So
Shots fired
he's playing very good chess, and he's very much in chess. I'm not.
Yeah.
So but I will enjoy it. So as you know, I always enjoy playing chess, and let's see if I could manage against Vichy, even though my my chess preparation is almost non-existent.
Well, we have a very special person in studio who you have trained over the years with, Peter. He's very pleased that you're coming back. Peter, jump in and tell him to work hard. Come on.
Not doing it. Not doing it. No.
Let's go.
Not giving any instructions.
You're going to have instructions.
This is not a thing that can happen.
You're going to get a big message with a lot of files for you to check.
Okay, files are easy to check.
Yeah.
So I spend too much time
disclosing absolutely classified details of things?
To learn in the air.
Yeah. And well, it's also 9LX, right? Fisher Random. So that adds yet another
that's
element.
my only hope.
Yeah, no.
That's dramatically reduces the difference in experience. Though I'm sure Vichy is very extensively preparing. But it's to prepare for 9LX. It's I don't know. It's almost impossible. So it's more about instincts, more about just having it in your fingers. So hopefully by the time I show up in St. Louis, I will be in a decent form, not to look too bad. Which I set up very modest expectations, so that's why it's always nice.
But no, seriously, you got to carve some time out of your schedule to do some training games.
No, I'm joking. Of course
Okay,
I will.
good.
I'll do my best as much as I can, and we'll play with Peter. We'll play, and we'll discuss, some strategies. As much as you can discuss strategies.
Exactly.
We'll do some preparation. Yes, it's just I'm joking.
The Grand
I will not
Chess
be totally unprepared.
Yeah, the Grand Chess Tour this year, Garry, it has the playoff system. So we have the top 4 people going into the playoffs. Are you rooting for any of the players here to make their way to Brazil?
Look, my problem is I have to go to Brazil. That's sort of rooting for them. Because it's Grand Chess Tour, and of course our main donor, in São Paulo, super bad. They won't be there. So that's another 3 days. So just going back south and then to New York. So it's 17, 18 hours in the plane. So that's not the most effective way to prepare. But I will be there, and I think it adds excitement. I think it's very important that the winner will be decided at the very last minute in São Paulo.
Right.
We had I think a couple of times we had it before.
Yes.
But then we just we moved to the traditional formula, and sometimes it killed the excitement. Because if somebody's leading big, so what's the point? So people lost interest prematurely. Right. So now it's a knockout, and I have no doubt that we'll see a lot of excitement there.
Absolutely.
So I was quite excited because the oldest player performed well in the tournament so far. So I was rooting for Levon.
Yeah, as you said, MVL he's a big leader, and if his tour had ended here, likely MVL would have won the GCT with just a decent number 4 in the Sinquefield Cup, which would have been disappointing. Now we do have the knockout, so I think that a lot of people looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I do want to ask, we don't really have any technology to bring the board up, but because the game has finished and we talked about it almost exclusively in the first hour, how did you enjoy that French, Garry? If you saw the Firouzja-Levon game
today?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Yes.
You did. You're in for a treat once you do bring it up. But then maybe let's not try and discuss it live on air.
Well, actually, I do want to discuss it live on air. I've got the position, Garry, and
I'm looking at the screen.
I think he's looking up on his screen.
And
look at the screen now. This on a second screen.
It's a 2-pawn sacrifice. I was not familiar with the sacrifice for white, and it was a very, very bold and imaginative sacrifice of 2 pawns to get at black's king. But Levon had it all prepared as well.
With bishop g6
here, it's amazing. I'm just looking at the timing. I mean, it says they spent very little time.
They both knew. They both knew everything till the end, which is kind of shocking. Yeah.
Everything. Wow.
That's interesting.
That's why you're going to play 9LX, by the way. So
no, it's amazing. I just looked at this now. Wow. So it's Levon. They spend what 15 minutes
precisely.
Each, yes, roughly. Yeah.
Precisely right.
Blitz. Yeah. And it's all. I assume that it's all correct. Yes.
Yes.
That's wow.
That's modern chess.
That is modern chess.
That's modern chess. Wow. Look. What can I say? I mean, it's definitely far superior to the preparation we had 25, 30 years ago.
I think so,
when you just had to,
but I still feel that
record the moves, just check, if I go here, he goes there, and right?
Wow.
I still feel that Garry is sort of the spiritual father of this approach. Maybe you were at the beginning.
I worked with just with if they have now magic swords, I worked with a broken knife.
I think that's a fair description. I mean, so much has progressed. It's extraordinary. What is happening today? We had a lot of fun, Garry. There were so many checkmating ideas with H2, H4 instead of castles by white, and we lost our broadcast over this game. Garry, please do tell us what your thoughts are about the World Championship match these days. It's an era of one Gukesh. What do you think of our very youthful world champion?
Excuse me, you said very useful?
Very youthful.
It's a Norm Macdonald joke, which we're not going to. It's a long Norm Macdonald joke. We're not going to do the whole of it.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I just, it's... what kind of assessment you expecting from me?
I have it's your thoughts.
Yeah, he won fair and square, but obviously you can hardly call him the strongest player in the world.
Right.
So I think that I don't want to sound offensive, but I think Magnus ended the era of classical world champions. So yeah, we have titles, of course. Gukesh title is very different from one that Khalifman had or Ponomaryov. But it's still clear that it's the Magnus is the strongest, and Gukesh is yet to prove his superiority over others, even players of his age category. So again, the game round one against Prague, let's say, was very unimpressive.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the rules are the rules, games are the games, and
sport is sport.
I'm sure there will be more excitement in the candidates and the next World Championship match. But again, I apologize. I have to apologize time and again. It's not exactly the title that I had, or Karpov had, or Fischer, or Magnus.
Mm-hmm. Fair. Garry, I'm running out of suggestions, colleagues, questions for Garry?
Four games now, yes, and the games are the games are so uninteresting that you don't want us to talk about it.
Oh, sorry. Sam Sevian, Nodirbek. Well, that's kind of a quiet game. MBL,
we might be, the problem is we might be at a different point in the game on our screen and on Garry's screen, so this conversation might be slightly fraught. Let's maybe not do that.
Yeah. Garry, unfortunately, the games that we have are technical games. They don't appear to be, the exciting games that we could really ask you about, and you would regale us. When will we see you again?
On October 7th.
Yeah.
For the clutch chess?
For the clutch chess.
Yeah, I think on October 7th, and I will be in St. Louis just to show up for the event. I'm there to play chess, not to celebrate Putin's birthday.
I didn't expect you to do that. Garry Kasparov, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, enjoy your preparation.
Yes,
very
I go back to
excited.
my preparation. Yes.
See your match against Anand.
All right.
Okay.
See you then,
Bye.
Gary.
Very nice seeing Garry.
Very
Thank
nice
you
of
very
you to
much
join
for
us.
joining us.
Thank you. And we are at that point in our broadcast where we like to take our first break, and we always like to show our support for the players, for the commentators, and most especially for Q Boutique. How can we do that today? Well, the world's top grandmasters have this incredible... I'm waiting for it to scroll. Baseball cap. It's got the Sinquefield Cup logo on it. It is available at qboutiquestl.com. And if you're in person, please do come by to the St. Louis Chess Club and stop in at our store.
Let's stump the announcers now. Let's see what the question is for today.
Hey man, I like stump the commentators. I don't want to hear the announcers. I'm a commentator.
Which chess federation holds the highest number of Sinquefield Cup wins?
Easy.
That's very easy, right? Wait.
United
It's not that
States.
easy.
Wait a minute. How many did
I know Alireza has two.
But no, MVL did not win.
He has never won.
He has not won. I think
But we
Fabi
have to think about it.
and Wesley.
Emil, I think, won one. He never won the tour, but he won the cup once.
Sinquefield Cup, not the Grand Chess.
This is not the
I'm
tour,
thinking
this is
of
the cup.
Okay, the
Then it
Sinquefield
might
Cup.
be France,
So
right?
France is 3. United States has... Okay, we'll have to think about it.
Norway.
We have a whole break to figure out the answer,
Probably
and
not
as we go
Norway,
to
though.
break, Yasser asked the players, what other sports compare to chess? That's an interesting question. Take a listen and we'll be right back.
Snooker.
When you think about sports, which one would you associate most closely with chess?
It's a good question. I think tennis is quite similar. You know, it's a one-on-one match. You have to process your thoughts. Your opponent can get into your head, and you have to correct path at some point. And also, what people may not realize when they're watching tennis, it requires a lot of planning to aim at your opponent's weaknesses, because at this level everybody can play so hard, so well, but you need to find a way to break into their defense, like get them out of their comfort zone, and that's what we're trying to do in chess as well.
Maybe snooker or something. It's also, I think you have to think a lot to where to put the balls, and it has some similarity.
I think every sport has similarities, but hard to say which sport is the most comparable with chess. But I guess some board games, mind games. But in general, I think chess is more difficult than other mind games or board games. I can't imagine that they work for 10 or 12 hours for a day.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So I think in that way, I think chess is more difficult than many sports.
Yeah, I would go with tennis, I guess, because it's like whoever starts has an advantage. It's also like move by move, you know. It's like, you know, white and black, you know, move per move, and concentration is very important in tennis. But in tennis, you know, the easier part is in comparison to chess that you can do, you know, a lot of mistakes and still win in the end. In chess, you know, sometimes when you make like a horrific blunder, it's game over.
I think any martial arts, boxing, because it's basically the same. You can be a genius. Mm-hmm. You can be the best in the world for 99% of the time, mm-hmm. and you lose your concentration for 1 second. That's it.
Bye.
Yeah.
Chess is a unique one. I don't think it can compare it to many sports, because chess is not a game that can be understood easily, especially when two grandmasters are playing. As a spectator, if you just look at the game, it's difficult to grasp what's going on. So in that way, it's completely different from other sports. Especially when you compare it to the physical sport, it's different. I can't really think of a sport that comes close with chess. Maybe some sport like Go or something that can something that requires thinking, that requires strategy as well. So those would come close.
If you're talking about like physical sports, it has to be an individual sport mostly. Or also, I mean, there are a lot of similarities between chess and tennis, for example.
Absolutely.
And like pretty much any sport, because like in chess you need to have a lot of mental resilience, and it applies for any other sport. Obviously the physical part is not the same, or it's different in its own way, but the mental resilience, the focus, I mean, all the sporting qualities are pretty much similar in all kinds of sports. And also like somehow, I'm not sure if it's like true, but like whenever I played, and obviously I was like not that great, but whenever I played it, when I got into that flow state, it was somehow very similar. Like when I enter flow state in chess, just like effortless, it all comes to you naturally.
Well, chess is very strategical, right? So I'd say, what, poker is one, maybe?
Poker is one.
I don't know. What do you think?
For me, I kind of associated it as boxing, just because you had two gladiators fighting.
Maybe that makes sense. Also, in boxing, you can't just be all aggressive, just go bam, bam, bam.
Bam, 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 bam. And then also in boxing, you can be defensive and a little bit of a counter puncher, that kind of thing.
Actually, when I was in Vegas like 3 weeks ago, Manny Pacquiao had a fight, and I think it ended in a tie. But it says that his opponent punched him 580 times. And I thought, thank God I play chess.
You thought, okay, I recover from this game tomorrow. I'll be feeling great.
Like, I didn't realize that you punch hundreds of times in a 12-round match.
It is still two. I would say either tennis or boxing. They have similarities in the way that it's a one-on-one. Of course, the tournament system in chess traditionally is very unusual, like a round robin or a Swiss system. But a knockout system is pretty common. And if you have like a knockout, like let's say the World Cup, I think that really correlates very much to a tennis. But in terms of like the mental struggle, you can definitely see some similarities there. I think in boxing as well, because you are for a long period of time just trying to grind down someone else, and it is usually very long. So I think it's a bit different from other fighting sports, other fighting disciplines in some way. But yeah, the tournament structure or match structure is just totally different, right? We have the World Championship, but it has a very clear qualification process, which you don't have in boxing.
I mean, it's hard to say any single sport, because in chess, you can be dominating for 5-6 hours, and then one mistake, one lapse of concentration, and it's completely over. But if I had to pick, it would probably be tennis, because it's also a single sport, and there's a mental component as well. If you have match points and choking, you can start collapsing. So if I had to pick, it would be tennis.
Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club. From Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament, October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 5. There's still 4 games going on, but we do have one result. And that was an exciting draw.
It certainly was.
Alireza, Firouzja, and Levon-Aronian. They sure presented a very interesting idea in the French opening, and turns out both of them were too well prepared.
Extraordinarily well prepared, in fact, as Levon played all the right defensive moves to a very bold double pawn sacrifice that Alireza uncorked at the last minute. But it was a draw.
It was a draw. And let's answer our Stump the Commentators question. So
I was going with the United States.
I'm going to go with France.
Aye.
Are you going with?
I think it might be a tie, to be honest. France has 3. We're pretty sure France has 3.
I don't think it's a tie. So
hang on a second.
Which chess federation holds the highest number of Sinquefield Cup wins? Sinquefield Cup, not Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, I think it's actually France, because I think some of Fabi's wins were when he was representing Italy. Maybe this is the trick.
No.
I'm taking France.
I'm taking United States.
And it's probably Norway. Let's see the answer. France.
Emil has 2.
Firouzja has 2. US has.
You're right,
Fabi played for Italy. That's unfair.
Sorry, yes, now we're +1.
Well, wait a minute. What about Levon and Fabi tying for first?
Back then, was Levon playing for Armenia?
Don't you pull that one on me.
Honestly, I think he was.
Yeah, also we're being told that ties don't count.
I'm talking to my attorney. Yes, I need some legal advice here.
Yasser feels he's been rule sharked there a little bit. Yeah.
Hold on. So what's the score? You guys are leading?
+1.
We're on +1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't believe it.
You still have 4 more days to catch and pass us. So.
Well, thank goodness for tomorrow, right? Wow.
Should we jump into Duda Gukesh's game?
I'm still recovering. Let's do it. Duda versus Gukesh. Now, when we left it, we really liked the position that Gukesh had achieved early with the black pieces. We thought that he was likely to play the move, pardon me, we're going to go back. Was likely to play the move knight f6, defending the pawn on e4, or even f7, f5, in the words of Peter Svidler, making sure you don't blunder the pawn. I like both those moves. Gukesh came up with a third solution, which is queen e6, and he wanted to retake with the pawn. How do you like them apples?
So I think that's a clear sign he's not going to castle long, or it's still not.
No, probably not anymore, no. And very interesting things are being suggested by my magic screen, or as Garry described it, a magic sword. Queen e6 is not the engine's top choice. It's a good move, but maybe there are some stronger, more concrete ideas. Bishop takes e6. I would have been sort of against the idea of c takes e6 precisely because I would like to castle queenside.
Right.
And interestingly, the engine is really insistent on a move which I suspect Duda didn't even consider for very long. It really wants to stop h3. It dislikes the idea of allowing h3 intensely.
Yeah.
If rook takes h4, there's also a concrete idea that queen c7 followed by knight c4 forces black into concessions. I don't know why we're not doing it immediately. Let's actually ask. If we do it here, yeah, castles is very strong. We're also
There's no rook h4.
Yeah, we're luring the rook away so that castles becomes illegal. Here, castles is very strong because this costs you a piece, obviously.
And
if you take with the knight after knight f6, the threats like rook fd8, rook ac8 is a threat. The knight is a bit stuck. And also we constantly have to watch out for h4, h3. So for instance, like if you go for this position, it suggests even simply bishop takes b3. And this is the kind of a position where like AlphaZero taught us everything we needed to know about the pawn on h3 and h6.
Right.
So GH, obviously rook takes h4 is nowhere near forced. The engine starts with king e7, for instance, taking the sting out of all of those ideas and taking on h4 later. But also, maybe the knight comes to g3, maybe we play something like queen a3, rook takes h4, rook c1. We do have to accept that the king probably stays on e1. We are not castling long, and we're definitely not castling short anymore. But this is still not great, but the engine does seem to suggest it's an improvement over not playing g8. Queen a3 has been played, and now the machine says h3 castles, h3 bishop f1 castles, and gives black a massive advantage. Frankly, unsurprisingly. Yes, we did not win by force, but there are only good things to say about our position. The knight comes to f6. We have a very nice square on d5 for both of our light pieces. Important to note that we pretty much never play in d6, d5 unless we're absolutely forced to. It's a square we're going to be using for the light pieces.
If we can't continue, bishop e2?
Bishop e2, it goes...
I think literally every black piece is better than white piece in this position.
Well, it goes a5, rook c1, knight f6. You castle. It goes, let's say, knight g5. Queen g6. Knight might come to b4 and d3. This is why we played a5, I guess. Yes, white hasn't lost, which is honestly the way it looked at one point. The fact that we are still alive, the bishop is on a good square, the king is relatively safe.
News.
All of these are good news. But the position is still very, very suspect for white because long-term endgames are quite poor with the pawn on h3. The king's safety is still not secured because if something happens, I can definitely imagine some positions where black remembers there's an attack on the king side available and goes f5, g5, f4.
Right.
Because the queen side is, with the knight on d5, is fairly secure.
Right.
There's not a lot of counterplay for white. But yeah, this is still very much a game in progress.
Just that move, king e7, as well as g takes h4. Very, very, very surprising moves for me. H3. Let's get started, huh?
Yeah.
H3 and just castle and ask white, what have you done in the opening? Like, you haven't even finished development, haven't castled, you have a huge weakness on g2.
Yeah, I mean, I always say there are three principles in the opening that you want to achieve, whether you're white or black, and they are you want your fair share of the center, effective development, and a safe king. I'm looking at white's position. Just right now, I'm looking at white's position.
1 out of 3?
I don't have my fair share of the center. I feel like black has more control of the center than I do.
I don't have a safe king, and I don't have effective development.
So 0 out of 3.
0 out of 3, and I've only played 15 moves
to
get
a 3, pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's not good. That's
No.
not good. Tell us about Fabi, our tournament leader.
We were skeptical about Fabi's winning chances, but I think Wesley maybe was in the same camp as we were, which is the camp of how do I ever lose this position?
Right.
He hasn't lost it yet, but he gave Fabi a shot, because I think the important bit here is that you would like the rook on a8 to participate in the game.
Clear.
In order to do that, you probably want to make sure you don't blunder the pawn on a7. And I think actually just starting with a7, a6 made a lot of sense, just to free up the rook on a8.
Right.
Instead, he played rook fe8. I mean, obviously not a mistake, but now after rook fe1, a7 is sort of being targeted. And if you play a6, there's this kind of an annoying short rook e7, which is what Fabi played.
It's on the board, yes.
Yeah, it's still not anything spectacular, but what I want to say is the bishop on d4 is obviously White's best piece. And you would like to blunt it a little bit by playing f7, f6. This will probably instantly lose to rook takes g7 for the foreseeable future. Because what rook e7 does, we don't have any threats, but it's very difficult to smoke out. You can play something like rook a d8, and then the rook probably stays on the 7th, right? Whoops.
Rook d4 here.
Yeah, rook. Well, that's very beautiful, actually. Rook a7 loses to rook d4, c d4, queen d4, and
the rook.
This construction costs us a full rook. We have a very, very cute move, queen e3, but this is a check, unfortunately. So yeah, we choose a better square. We can actually play rook b7 because bishop b4 we have queen g.
You're getting yourself into a tactical melee. Of course, Peter.
Yeah.
c7. Okay. Well spotted.
Yeah, but. Yeah, I would like to play rook a1, but weirdly the same thing applies to White. And yes, giving White this very beautiful looking rook on e7 is maybe slightly unfortunate, but if it wins us the a2 pawn, we are happy to allow it for now. So yeah, I mean.
So there are tactics.
There are still tactics in this position. If Fabi spots rook b7, like a position after rook b7, h6, and let's say a2, a4, we want it on a5, maybe to eventually put the rook on b6. You're still supposed to hold this with black, but I think if we make a comparison, yeah, let's discuss why this is important. If we start with a6 and White does exactly the same,
and we
can play f6, or we can play rook a8 here, and it never gets to e7. And I think our life becomes a lot more straightforward.
Agreed.
Rook a8 played in the meantime, and I think rook b7 kind of needs to be found. This calculation with queen g3 and rook c7 is a bit tricky, but findable, honestly. If you go past the initial reluctance to put it on the same diagonal as your queen.
Yeah.
I think it's a 3-move variation, which Fabi is perfectly capable of calculating.
And the shock of rook takes d4 wears off, and you see rook c7. But for those of you joining us late, what ifs? It's all about making it to the playoffs in the Grand Chess Tour. So what would happen if
the tournament ended today?
Right now, with all of these results.
The top 4 who would qualify for Brazil would be Fabi, NVL, Levon, and Prag.
Alireza would unfortunately miss.
Currently on the outside looking in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that was why today's match between Alireza and Levon was so big. Levon with the black pieces showed some absolutely stellar preparation. Wow. Crazy, crazy stuff.
Should we see how Prag and NVL are doing?
Let's do it.
Because they're also currently in top 4. And one of them can knock the other one out.
Or change places, if you will. When we left it in the NVL game, of course, when we left it, it was this decision to play bishop g5, bishop e3,
rook f6, yeah,
or bishop a3. Don't you just love it when they have 3 choices and then, like all good chess players, they come up with a 4th choice?
We were talking about getting the queen
to c3.
That makes sense.
Okay.
So queen d2, Prag solved our issue of whether to play f6 or whether to provoke or not the move f7, f6 by playing it unprovoked. So he was always going to be okay with it. Queen f7, queen c3, bishop e6. And here a bit of an interesting choice by MVL, where bishop takes c4 appears to be kind of indicated, and he says, nah, I don't believe this is anything.
Right.
And in fact, it's not that strong. I thought maybe he wants to take with the queen, but no, the engine takes d takes c4. I guess the dream is to play c4, c5, knight d2, knight c4, knight c6, but 96, but it probably doesn't happen. And Pragg actually has taken. What I wanted to say is it was also possible to play something like b6, and Garry actually started our conversation on air by saying, no, you cannot force black to play c6, c5.
Right.
It's one of the moves the engine at least liked, no longer likes on my screen, but was kind of not against. And the idea of playing b6, c5, and then maybe knight c7, try to get the knight over to e6, the reason I think it's hardwired not to play c6, c5 in the structures. Let me construct something.
Knight d2.
Let's say knight e3,
Okay.
c5, we go queen not b2, I guess queen d2. And if we are in time to play c4 and knight d5, then yes, white very often in the structures becomes very much for choice. But we are so far away from the setup, because like in this position, queen d7 stops all of it altogether, a4 starts hanging, and our pieces are not particularly well equipped to set up this c4, knight d5 grip.
But Peter, why aren't I meeting c6, c5 with a4, a5?
Just rook b8. And then maybe we try to play rook d8 and b6, b5. The engine is just not worried about this position for black, I think. The conclusion is it just thinks it's fine. But bishop takes c4 is also, of course, not a mistake. If you take with the queen, we will take, I thought maybe it's rook d7, and actually is probably rook d7. What we want to do with black is probably trade off this kind of a passive-looking bishop on g7, our next move, our next free move, because we're probably going to have to do some forcing things for a while. But yeah, if you give black time to play bishop f8, knight g7, knight e6, black will be massively better. This is not great.
No, no, no.
So white probably plays bishop c5, tries to provoke b6 so that there's a target to play against. Machine still goes bishop f8. If you take on a7, you're allowing b5, and you actually worse. Important to note, because you can't allow b takes a4. You have some piece sacrifices, but they don't look, with the knight on f3 so far away from the action, they don't look very promising. Black seems to be completely fine, honestly, after rook d7. And of course, MVL, yeah, MVL wants some life in the position. And this is where it's very interesting, because Machine's top choice here is c6, c5. A move, I think, which will be very difficult to even consider, because once again, you have this lock in your mind that, like, I can never allow even the remotest possibility of this happening. But I guess the engine is making the argument that if you start doing these things, once it gets to f1, it just gets locked out by bishop h6. And we are just taking on e3 once it appears there. Specifically in this position, knight 6 just wins material because knight e3, knight takes e4. Oops. But I wanted to talk in more kind of concept.
Concepts.
Yeah. But even if you don't play c5, if you play something like rook d7, it's very difficult for me to believe black is in really any danger.
Well, like you said, you need the time to play knight d2.
C5,
knight c4, knight d6.
Yeah.
You get to d6, congratulations. You probably have an advantage.
But honestly, we're covering it very
clear.
sufficiently anyway.
Yeah, it's not even that clear. I have that much. Yes. I love your move rook d7, by the way.
I think rook d7 is a very good start. We make sure b7 is very well protected. We are bringing the other rook in from the cold. Bishop f8 remains very much in our thoughts. This is very solid for black. Machine goes rook d1, rook a8, rook d3, which I understand. And now let's say if bishop f8, it takes on f8, we take with the... Yeah, queen takes, rook takes b7 would be slightly careless, even though the engine says even this maybe is survivable, but no reason. King takes, it starts reminding black that there's still some kingside left.
Okay.
But honestly, I don't know, queen e7, knight g7, knight e6, how are we worse here? How are we worse here with black? Yeah. I really don't think we are.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter, for that. But I'm seeing a very ambitious MVL, because back here, before he played rook b1 was already ambitious. I was kind of thinking that he was looking to play knight e3, a5, and maybe just on a good day, just kind of sitting a little bit pretty, if you will. But when I saw him doing this, I'm saying, okay, because conceptually, these double pawns, well, it's not just double pawns, but they're also split. If the a4 pawn is on b3, what's the problem? But I mean, strategically, to my taste, black is taking a lot of risk. I mean, this, as Peter said, you land a knight on c5, you take off the dark square bishop.
Endgames might turn very ugly. Yeah. We're very far away from an endgame, and white will not be allowing endgames without some changes of structure, but...
I do like this whole setup for black, though, very, very solidly and you sit there and say, well, this is my worst piece. Let me just trade it off so that I can get my next worst piece to a good square. Knight G7, Knight E6 looks pretty decent to me. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Let's check Sam Sevian's game against Nodirbek. A lot of moves have been played since we last looked at it, and I'm starting to like Sam's position.
Okay.
He has the space
you
advantage.
forgive me, I'm going to go...
We stopped at fifth move, Joe.
Yeah, because there was a pause, right? As soon as Nodirbek castled, inviting these bishop g5 lines, I was more than curious to see how Sam would continue, and I was always told, like, don't give up your light squared bishop, you know, play bishop b3. Like, okay.
Okay, but he got in d4.
Wow. This is a very different way of playing the Joko piano than what I'm used to seeing.
It's very fashionable, and once again, I've been remiss in not doing it for a couple of rounds, but it's time to bring up our old friend Vladimir Kramnik. I think he was at the forefront of this idea of just
giving up the light square bishop.
Yeah, just keeping it on c4 and allowing knight a5, which used to be unthinkable. It used to be considered just a mistake because it's such a valuable piece and trading it for a knight is not great. But you're saving a lot of time by not wasting it on a4, b4, bishop b3, c2. And you're trying to play like h3, knight g3, d4, c4, grab the center and play from there. And this has become very, very topical. Knight g4, d4, e4. There's still 10 games from here. This is a very heavily discussed position. Knight takes d4. I think some people played a5 here. A5 is definitely playable, but knight e5 was chosen by Nodirbek, bishop e3. And also, as an indication of how seriously people are taking this, bishop takes d4 here is something that people, like, you have a bishop pair, you're sort of supposed to play with your bishop pair, but
you're not supposed
if you
to
give white c3, c4, let's say knight g3, f3, the knight starts aiming at the f5 square, and this bishop is not going to dominate anything with the bishop on e3, its counterpart.
If he plays knight g4 here, what are you doing?
I was expecting that, but the bishop just goes to f4, and then if you bring it back, I will find a move. I will maybe play h3 or knight g3 or something. So bishop takes d6, bishop takes d4, knight c6, and here it was an interesting point because Sam chose b4. There was an option of playing c4, which I thought was quite decent because that probably forces is a strong word, but you don't really want this bishop on survival on c3. It feels like you should probably take. And we get the kind of a position where, once again, like I will make a comparison which will be very non-obvious to our viewers, but in my mind, this is like this King's Indian that a lot of Azerbaijani players play. We probably have time to show what I mean, because this is a structure which I think used to be considered in many people's minds as very unfavorable, but then people started showing that there's not very much to fear. There is this line where, how do they play? They play it like rook e8, f3, knight c6, bishop e3. I used to play this with black myself, but I was trying to play for dynamics. I played knight h5, and after queen d2, I tried playing f7, f5, which is worse, but you're having, quote-unquote fun. Mostly at your own expense. But fun. Instead of this, people began doing this. Rook fd1, they just take on e2, and play like bishop d4, queen d4, b6. The knight gets to d5, it just gets chopped off. C takes d5. C takes d5. And I think most of us were brought up by thinking, okay, this is like such a horrible, strategically lost. Yeah. In fact, they make draw after draw after draw here. People like Gadir Guseynov and some others. This has been a cornerstone of a sort of Azerbaijani repertoire for a while. And now that I've shown you this position, I think there is sort of some sense in what I'm talking about here. Because we can put the bishop on e6, wait for the knight to appear on d5, and chop it off. And recent developments have sort of shown us that this is nowhere near as bad as we used to kind of automatically assume. Instead, Sam Sevian played b4, and now after bishop e6, f4, it's interesting that Sam is allowing f5 and Nodirbek is not playing f5. I would have played f5 here. I think I don't quite like leaving this unchallenged while the knight is still on f1. I don't quite see why this is bad at all for black. Let's say e5, bishop takes f5, I don't know, knight g3, bishop d7, or frankly even queen d7.
Could he have been afraid of e5, Peter? I mean, getting worried that his bishop on e6 is going to be
I think
fast.
maybe what happened here is he would like for the game to be sort of more double-edged, and he didn't like the fact that
there's no double edge, there's no edge.
like the machine says black is completely fine because bishop takes e7, we have bishop b3, so we are not losing a pawn here. And if we're not losing a pawn, like we'll play bishop b3, we'll play either rook e8 or rook d8, we'll start swapping. I think we're kind of healthy. Maybe we're a little bit worse after knight d2, trying to aim it at some dark squares, but I think it's kind of a draw. But Nodirbek doesn't really like drying positions out prematurely. So he's gone f6, Sam played knight g3, queen d7, h3, all of this is logical, rook a8, rook e3, bishop f7 was played. And this is the current position where, I mean, you definitely prefer white, but the question you have to ask yourself is how are we supposed to win this game, right? And I think in order to win this game, you will have to do something on the king side. Maybe, I don't know,
G4,
prepare
G5,
for some g4, g5 or something. And that, I think, is what Nodirbek is expecting and kind of hoping for.
Right, that
because
he'll get his counterpunch.
if Sam actually decides to play this sharply for a win, it will become quite double-edged.
And he'll get an opportunity.
Yeah, regrettably for Nodirbek, if white just shuffles forever, it's going to be very difficult to find counterplay. I think you just chill, you stay in place, you play, I don't know, bishop g6, rook e7, rook f8, and you chill. Yeah, bishop g6, just as I was saying those words, I put it on the board.
I can imagine rook f7.
Once again, we have the option of playing c4 and probably forcing knight takes d4. But yeah, black is okay, but until such time that Sam decides, yeah, I want to press today, I want to properly, give it a shot of winning, not much will be happening. I think there's going to be a lot of shuffling in their own camps.
Looking ahead, if I'm in Sam's shoes and I play a move like b3, you play, for argument's sake, rook e7, and I play the move c4.
Yeah, we take on d4.
Yeah, because I want to say you're not really waiting for white to play bishop c3 and rook e1. So we can anticipate this trade will happen at a time when I can't necessarily play d3 takes c4, and then we just sit there and say, okay, I have a space advantage.
And some position like rook a1, h6.
Yeah.
And then both sides are just fine. Like nobody is really going anywhere yet. And it's frankly difficult for me to imagine how white even launches anything because the pawn on e4 is going to be vulnerable.
I'm going to have to get out of the way if I want to do something.
And moving the knight away from the protection of the e4 pawn is maybe not that.
So just for argument's
maybe like
sake.
this, yeah.
So we get here, and then what do I do next?
Yeah.
Unclear
Are we
to make any progress.
Is anyone here a firm believer in g4, g5 in this position?
No,
I know I'm
not.
I'm not.
In fact, I'd be reluctant. And so kind of a standoff, I would say here in this game. If you don't mind, I want to go to our tournament leader, Fabiano and Wesley So, to try to get an update on that game. When we left it, we thought that Fabi had a little something.
Rank, it's something.
Yeah, he didn't play.
He didn't play rook b7.
He played queen b7, and now
we can trade rooks.
Yeah, we can play takes queen c8. We can play something like h6 or h5. Now we're back to the territory where, I mean, yes, white is a pawn up, but how do you win this? Once f6, bishop f7 happens in particular, and we start chasing the trades.
So I'm just going to make a bad move. Well, a bad move, relatively speaking. f6, and what Peter is saying is that I'm welcoming trades, queen trades, rook trades, any kind of trades that get the majors off. By the way, importantly, I'm patrolling b1, so you can't go rook b1, rook d7 on me.
Yes, sir. When you play with black, are you comfortable playing openings that lead directly into this type of position where you're down a pawn, but you know you can hold it because it's opposite color bishops?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No, I never felt that white's advantage was such that I had to seize the defensive by being a pawn down and going for a bishop opposite color ending where it's a two-result game. Even if I thought that that one result, a draw, was 90%, I'm giving my opponent 10%, I'm giving myself no chances at all of winning. I didn't think I had to...
So not your style.
No, I mean, it's different in match play.
Sure,
right? In match when you need to draw and blunt. But in tournament play, this was not...
And again, I was warped. I was warped by the fact that I was raised in the United States in American chess tournaments where I was always having to play for a win. And a draw would just knock me out of the tournament, actually.
In the open tournaments,
In the open
plus 5 score or something?
Yeah, exactly. Give me your Benko gambits. Give me, you know, like the crazed position. So, yeah.
I always tried to build my repertoire so that I would avoid these positions as much as possible. One immediately came to mind, but like in the Grunfeld, for instance, sometimes there are just no choices. Sometimes against a well-prepared opponent in critical lines, you do have to grovel a little bit.
Right.
But in as much as I could, I would always go for something else.
You too. Did you have to grovel a little bit in your career?
I don't think I've ever had this.
You didn't want it.
I don't like playing on just 2 results where I have 0 chance of winning.
Exactly. We're going on break. What are we doing?
I'm not sure. I think as we go to break...
I'm going to tell a story?
Yes. Yasser tells a story about Yasser's bank. So take a listen, enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Oh dear. Oh dear. This one was from another Interpolis or Tilburg tournament. I'm sitting in the lobby of the hotel, and the lobby has a kind of an open bar area as well, and I'm with my friends, Grandmaster Hans Ray and International Master Gert Lichterink. And it's about midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight, and there's a lot of the chess grandmasters in the lobby, in the bar, all chit-chatting away, telling stories, even some blitz games. And the elevator comes down, the elevator door opens, and out steps the world champion, Anatoly Karpov. And everybody immediately quiets down because here's the world champion. And Tolia, he just kind of scans the area, kind of looks around who's sitting. Boom. He comes directly to me. No, he doesn't go to the Soviet table where all the Russians were sitting. No, he comes directly to me. And he says, Yasser, do you have 10,000 Dutch guilders? And I go, yeah. He says, can I borrow it? And I said, right now? He goes, yeah, right now. At the time, it's about $7,000. So I reach into my pocket, I count out 10,000 Dutch guilders for him, and I give him the money. Anatoly thanks me, walks away, gets back into the elevator, and leaves. Now, during this whole time, the bar has gotten progressively quieter as they're just watching me counting out this money, and he's leaving. Hans and Gert looked at me in complete shock and disbelief. And they look around and they go, what just happened? I said, well, it's past midnight. Why would you want 10,000 Dutch guilders at past midnight? I said, well, Anatoly, he's a stamp collector. I'll bet you dollars to donuts. He's been negotiating for some stamps and he needs to pay the other party. And then they go, that makes sense. But then they look around the room and they say, we have a special world champion. I said, how so? He says, well, if he looked around the entire room and he came to the one guy who has 10,000 Dutch guilders in his pocket, and the whole bar laughed because it was true. Stand by for an historic month at the St. Louis Chess Club, from Garry Kasparov's return to the national championships, as well as a global super tournament. October represents an unprecedented celebration of chess, cementing St. Louis as the chess capital of the United States and a world leader in the game.
This October, the St. Louis Chess Club will unveil an expanded 30,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility featuring a tournament hall, classrooms, a chess-themed restaurant, and cutting-edge broadcast technology, cementing the club's role as the premier global hub for chess.
On October 8th, the reopening kicks off with a 5-day, once-in-a-generation clash between two world champions, Garry Kasparov and Viswanathan Anand. It's a battle for $144,000 in a Chess 960 exhibition match. It's an event that honors chess history while launching a new era in St. Louis.
Starting October 12th, the newly renovated chess club will host one of America's most prestigious tournaments, the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships. 24 elite players will compete for more than $400,000 in prizes. The opening ceremonies will also honor new inductees into both the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame, adding to this historic moment.
The month culminates with the world's top 4 stars, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in the highest-rated tournament of the year, Clutch Chess Champions Showdown. With more than $400,000 in prizes and an innovative escalating scoring format, fans can expect drama until the very last round.
Plan your October around this historic month, coming to you from the newly remodeled St. Louis Chess Club, bringing you the best in chess from the home of chess in America. See you in October.
The Grand Chess Tour Finals are back, and this time the stage is set in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The top 4 players face off in rapid, blitz, and classical showdowns, each move pushing them closer to a share of $350,000 and the ultimate crown. It all comes down to this. The battles are fierce, the stakes are high, and only one will stand as the Grand Chess Tour champion.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we dive in back to the games, we have a very special guest with us, Chief Curator for the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries, Shannon Bailey. Welcome, Shannon.
Hello. Thanks for having me back.
You're always welcome, Shannon.
So at the World Chess Hall of Fame, there's a new exhibit already.
Yes, we opened up our 3rd floor gallery for the first time in a couple of years because we've been hosting all the tournaments over at the World Chess Hall of Fame because of the chess club being under renovation.
I've played there many times. It's one of my favorite places to play, and it's
I love
so beautiful.
hosting those there, yeah. But we'll have, big opening for the club in October, which is so exciting. But yes, we opened up our new show up there. I curated a show called Chess Variants Transforming Tradition. And it's exactly what it is. It's playing and learning about different ways to play chess, different variants, different ways off of the classical game, and then Asian variants as well.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
And we just had our gala where I saw that
Saturday.
Kevin Dupree, he had bought a Charlie Houska painting.
I know.
And he was taking it very, very carefully back to his room at the Chase.
Yeah.
And very, very popular.
So Charlie Houska, Master of Play, is our other big show that I curated
wonderful.
that opened up in May. And it's super fun. And Charlie was one of our featured artists at the gala. And
Masters
Kevin.
of the art.
Yes, and Kevin, he bought one of Charlie's pieces that has the St. Louis Arch in it. So it's really, really special to anybody that loves this area.
Right.
That's a really fun show. We created a 3D printed chess set for that show. You can play chess outside on the patio with Charlie's artwork. And we have a room with black lights where you can play glow-in-the-dark chess.
Yeah. And for me, by the way, I went to the variants, the opening
Well,
with
you're
the star
featured
chess.
in there.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
But it was really nice to see Laszlo Polgár and Clara.
Can I tell you that it was such an unbelievable, exciting honor to get to meet them, because, you know, everybody knows about them, but I had never met them and I was so intimidated. They are the nicest people I have ever met, the Polgár parents.
Right.
So.
Tell us more. What is it all about, these variants?
So it's
dig a little deeper
I was
for us.
completely inspired to do it by two different things. One, watching all of these grandmasters play chess after they're done playing tournaments.
The bug house.
It's like,
what
don't
are they
you ever
doing?
want to stop playing chess? The answer is no.
Right.
But they play bug house, and I
Right.
was like, oh, that looks really fun. And then the duck chess,
Yeah,
which
that was crazy.
was a big kind of craze when the club had their 15th anniversary. We did a big duck chess thing, and I thought that seems so fun. I bet other people that are kind of on the periphery or just know how to play classical chess would think it's so fun to play these other variants. And obviously we do Fischer 960 tournaments here, and that's a huge popular variant. So there's all different kinds. You get to learn about them and your variant.
S-chess.
S-chess.
But duck chess in particular.
Yeah.
What the heck is duck chess?
It's such a craze, right?
Right.
And so you move the little duck around to block people playing on
The move that they intended, and the duck prevents
Yeah, so you can come and you can get a duck that's, you know, branded for the St. Louis Chess Campus, and we've got some other fun ones.
Actually complicates the chess game even more.
Yes, it does. But it looks really fun.
It's so frustrating. Oh yeah, with Katerina, she destroyed me, by the way.
It's very difficult. But it's fun because it's an interactive exhibition. You know, usually when you go in a museum, you're not supposed to touch a lot of things. But this is a really fun show because you get to see some really cool artifacts and sit down and play. You know, we've got circular chessboards and triangular chessboards, and then we've got the Polgár star chess.
Right.
And any way you want to play the game, you can learn about it.
Quickly, the Asian variations of chess.
Yeah,
what
we've
is
got
that?
like shoji and janji. We had Rick Knowlton come in, who's an expert in those areas, and we have a whole.
I spent the evening with him,
he's
and it
lovely.
was wonderful.
Yeah, so he's going to come back.
Yeah.
We're working on programming for that to teach people how to play those Asian chess variants.
Great.
Yeah.
And for me, like you said, the S-chess. I've got a lecture due September 3rd.
September 3rd?
I know.
Yes, everybody comes in. I'm so
all
excited
nervous.
about that. I love your chess pieces because they look like little sculptures to me. You know, I love my art. So.
Elephants
Yes.
and hawks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Shannon, I've heard that World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries has also a YouTube channel.
Yes.
What can people find on your YouTube channel?
Well, we've got great tours of our shows. We've got our music series that we record and play those on there. If you're local and you want to check out our music series, they're unbelievably important, intimate, lovely events at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We've got our programming on there. We've got lectures. Visit it because I know some people can't always come to St. Louis, but we make sure that we bring St. Louis everybody.
Exactly. A very community, hands-on kind of stuff because we've seen a lot of regulars and a lot of folks out of town suddenly show up.
Yeah.
Also, the inductions, of
yes,
course.
we've got those coming up in
that.
October too, and that'll be really fun to bring in a new class.
Now, there's 2
Hall of Fames when you talk
We
about
have the
inductions?
World Chess Hall of Fame, and those people are nominated by FIDE.
Yeah, that's the FIDE.
Yeah, and
part
then
of the
the
deal.
U.S. Chess Halls of Fame.
And that's folks nominated by the Chess Federation, the National Federation of the United States.
Yes, and I know the press releases went out about that. I don't know how much I can say. We tend to like to do like big events. So we've got some pretty famous faces in America coming into that U.S. Chess Hall of Fame that I'm very excited about.
The hilarious
And that's going to
part.
happen during the U.S. Championship?
Yes, in October. So October is going to be huge in St. Louis. Book your tickets. Come here now.
Exactly.
We've got all these big tournaments. We've got the opening of the chess club. We've got the inductions.
Yeah. The hilarious part is that the World Chess Hall of Fame will be inducting Pia Kramling,
Yes.
the top lady from Sweden for many, many decades.
She came and visited recently.
Yes, with their daughter
Yeah,
Anna. They were
yeah.
doing a swing of the United States, and now she's going to be coming back. And also Jan Timman, another dear friend. I was his coach, second trainer, if you will, for the 1993 World Championship match. He's inducted, so October is
It's
going to
be
be
great.
fabulous. Month.
Yeah, get ready.
And
I'm all
thank
ready.
you, Shannon. Thank you so much for everything you do. It's just wonderful, and thank you so much for joining us as always.
It's always
We
great
love
to
having
be
you here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And back at play, I'm looking at the game between Fabi and Wesley, and from Wesley's perspective, he's doing everything literally perfectly. He's just traded off the queens. He's got a bishops of opposite color ending, and by taking those major pieces off the board, I'm going to say his losing chances keep going down,
Down
but
and down,
as you
yes.
say, it's still a two-result game.
Mhm.
And for Fabi, this will help him keep his lead, Peter.
Yeah, we can start there. Although you said everything that needed to be said.
Yeah, that's it.
It's very level. You can maybe even go for some rook b8, rook b3 ideas, trying to maybe solve your problems by force. After rook e7, let's say you play h5, and then you actually start attacking the pawns on e3, a3, and c3. Your king side is so safe that, like rook a7 is always comfortably met by bishop c4.
Exactly.
Well, the difference is, like, if you play something slightly groveling, like rook e8, allow rook b1, you're still going to be fine after h5. You're not going to lose the a6 pawn, but white can maybe pretend for a bit. But generally, Fabi was so obliging with the queen trade. You have to wonder whether he has a lot of appetite for pushing this for another 4 hours, because your chances of success are not very high, you have to say, because Black really needs to misplay this position quite badly to suddenly find himself in danger. On the other hand, there is absolutely zero risk involved, so why not? Tomorrow is a rest day. Why not spend for 4 hours at the board today and try?
And Nazi, for our competitors trying to make it in, we have a bar chart to show who has the best chances. Let's take a look at this graphic.
Yeah, this was before the tournament. Qualification probabilities, MVL at 99.8%, and as you can see, Fabi is at 53.9%. It keeps changing, of course, after each round. Let's see, Fabi went down a little bit.
Levon's also not 100%, not quite there
But
yet.
pretty high, 86.4. Then Firouzja's was really high, 79.8.
On the back of his round 3 victory, but that round 4 loss, that hurt.
Fabi and Firouzja switched places. Now Fabi at 71%. Well, that was after round 3. After round 4, I imagine it's much higher, 88.8.
But the fight between Prague and Firouzja.
It's very close.
And Duda and Nodirbek with 0%, I think it now means that MVL should be 100% and not 99.8. I noticed that Duda came into play with a
0.5 or
no, it was 0.02. It was 2.
Yeah.
It was 0.2 of a. That was the 99.8. So I think MVL is now secured after round 4. Well, we'll see that for certain with round 5. But for Fabi, this is nice. I mean, he gets to press for free, and like you say, Peter, it's very unlikely, but why not?
Why not? Yeah.
Why not?
But we do have much more exciting positions on our screens. For instance, this one changed quite a bit, because Gukesh in this position, instead of playing h3 in castles, which seemed logical, he also understandably decided to keep the tension. But what this move does is it actually gives white, and this is a concept we keep on returning to over and over again, something to suffer for.
Exactly.
We're now a pawn up.
Yay.
And it's an important pawn. The knight, which was on d2 and had no prospects, is now on b6, which is actually a good square because it fights for the control of the d5 square. A5 is actually the best move here because you don't want it to also get completely entrenched by A4, A5. But this is a mess because, I mean, once again, the engine says G takes H4. It feels like it's not really very much on Jan-Krzysztof's radar. It's a difficult move to make. It's kind of not very attractive. But something like B3, B4 absolutely does occur to you.
Of course.
And black can now maybe throw in H takes G3, which maybe slightly regrettably, HG3 is much stronger than FG3 because after FG3, ideas like Queen F5 with like Knight G4 plans, they do appear to be very threatening. Even though Queen B2 is playable, maybe Bishop F1 is playable. Once again, not a very easy move, but we are trying to play Bishop B5 check. Like Queen F3 would have been winning if not for the fact that we have this tempo to play Bishop B5 and Rook F1. And suddenly, as you can see, white is doing really well. But the machine suggests HG3 is stronger, allowing this.
Excuse me.
But importantly, we haven't actually lost
the right to castle.
Still castle.
And this is a mess now, which, I mean, after Queen H2, we might have to give up on F2. But we've achieved significant progress on the other side of the board. If this bishop was already, let's say, on F1, I think maybe white would be better. It's still in the corner, but this is a mess.
Yeah.
Compared to some of the earlier positions we were watching, where it seemed like a free roll for Gukesh,
Yeah.
this you would not describe as a free roll.
No.
There is a passer on A5, which you cannot attack. This is a very strong knight on B6. The engine says black is better, but we don't really care all that much. You know,
Yeah.
it's a dream considering where we were just a short, I don't know, 10 moves ago, 5 moves ago.
It does feel like Gukesh has lost control.
A little
this
bit,
one.
yeah. Time, I think, will become a factor because this is only move 19. It's an incredibly unusual position. Like your bearings are completely lost. You have a king on E1. You can castle either side. And you constantly have to watch out for pressure on both flanks. And Jan-Krzysztof is already on 23 minutes for the remaining 21 moves. So it feels like it probably will be quite a difficult time trouble for maybe both of them. Gukesh is on a seemingly comfortable 41 minutes, but this is a very difficult position to play. I'm expecting them to burn through a lot of time on pretty much every move because there are so many options. That, you know, black constantly has to choose whether to keep tension on the king side or not. White has to choose, you know, how do you deal with the problem of the king? It's become a very, very interesting game and a very double-edged one.
If you don't mind, instead of the move B4, which I think is perfectly fine, if I play knight b6 to c4 and I try to express
knight c4,
greed,
bishop a6, it doesn't like.
Yeah, this is my greed.
This is another one of the reasons why we played a5 because
Can
the bishop
we take
b7.
his second pawn?
Thank you, Nazi. The training is working.
Yeah, now we lost apparently because if you do this, then after queen h3, long castles, regrettably after rook c8 check.
Why not king b2? What's wrong?
King b2, queen h4.
Okay, that's so hard to see.
That is, I think, very,
H1 as well.
Yeah, I think very missable from a distance.
Oh.
Yeah. And if you have to take with the f pawn, machine says you start getting mate to d3 is hanging, h2 is hanging, all kinds of ideas of queen f5 landing on f2. This is apparently very, very bad. I think it's a bit too much. I don't think.
Fair.
With the king on e1, yes, I understand the attractiveness of the idea of being completely winning in every endgame. If we take on a5 and survive until move 40, we are probably winning the game.
Winning the game.
But we're probably not surviving until move 40. GH played, by the way. I was saying Jan-Krzysztof is not really looking in that direction, and he was.
What?
I think because he knows
was.
he's going to castle long anyway, so
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal to take
He's,
h4.
he's removing some of those ideas that we were showing, like
including
H3 H3 no longer available, H3 no longer available. Best move appears to be bishop a6, unsurprisingly. You do want to fight for that diagonal. Bishop f1 is playable, b4 is playable here.
But by the way, g3, h4 has also a very nice benefit, which is when you play rook takes h4, you're also denying yourself the chances of castling.
Absolutely, trying to keep the king on e8 by this sort of indirect, in an indirect way, trying to keep the king
I
on
don't
e8
think black
forever.
is taking on h4, right? There's no rush whatsoever.
Rook h4 before it starts liking white.
Yeah, so black shouldn't
starts
take.
liking white.
Okay.
I think bishop a6 is very logical.
Bishop
I thought
f1?
bishop f1, but we're not taking. We're playing bishop d3, importantly. And we're saying,
really?
would you like to take and give me this gorgeous square on e4 for the knight, or would you like to tolerate it forever? Neither option appears to be very attractive.
Can we castle long?
Yeah.
Or are we getting mated?
d6, d5, and the knight is
knight
in
is
trouble.
trapped.
The knight is in trouble, yeah.
Okay, so knight c4, and then knight c4 with the intention of castling?
Let's see for castle short. You castle long.
Scary.
Yeah, it just says this king is so unsafe. I don't really care how many pawns I give up. One rook goes to b8, the other one goes to c8, and this is just it's a sitting duck on b1.
Wow.
On c1, I mean.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
No, this is, you know, now that our French is over, this is by far the one that we look forward to, I think, of the remaining boards, because this is such a mess, and it's also such an unusual position. You don't see this out of those, like Queen's Gambit decline very often, you know.
That is for
by move 20. This is
And technically, right now, White's up 2 pawns, and Black's not getting them back anytime soon.
Exactly.
Rook h4 is not
I
good.
can see Duda has 22 minutes. Am I
40
looking
minutes for Gukesh. 30,
yeah, 39. I didn't know if that was a 3 on Gukesh's clock. But okay, still I would say an advantage on the clock for Gukesh. Not inconsiderable, but something there. We know Fabi and Wesley. That's the bishops of opposite color.
With NVL and Prague?
Yeah, this is the other one I wanted to talk about, absolutely.
Please.
Because Prague, I don't know if this is him being ambitious or he just thought this is the best option, but he went for something I would be quite reluctant to do. He played 96 in this position with the intention, and this what happened in the game, of placing it on c4. But it's kind of stuck. It's not that rook b4 is threatened, but I thought the idea must be to play bishop f8, because if you play rook b4 here, I think black is fine after b5. I was trying to calculate this line. You take twice, I play rook c8, I think I'm completely okay. c5 is about to fall. Yes, white is not worse, but black is not worse either. But bishop f8 allows this really annoying move a4, a5. And once the screen showed me this, I realized we're not actually threatening to take on c5, because white will pick up everything along the c file, because this is a check.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. So I guess seeing this, Prague played a5, and this is a kind of a curious position where I thought this is still fine, and then I realized the engine very often, and I just want to show, it's a very cute move. Black wants to play bishop f8. So the engine suggests you can start by playing bishop g5.
Stopping the bishop.
Which stops bishop f8 because of bishop takes f6. Also, obviously, if you take, your queen cannot stay on this diagonal. You've lost the knight on c4 with check.
Right.
Normal reaction, I guess, is h6, and then the bishop drops back to e3. And noticeably, if black takes on e3, very often white recaptures with the pawn. For instance, there was some line like bishop f8, white goes like rook e g1, knight takes e3, and just f takes e3. And this is about as weird a pawn structure as I've seen in quite some time. Appears to be slightly better for white, weirdly, because this king is much safer than this king. Now that we've provoked f6 and h6, this is a very kind of a soft setup on the king side. b7 is constantly weak. And this bishop has, apart from the obvious target on c5, it has no particular targets. Like queen e7, it goes rook 1, d3. And then maybe h3, king h2, just to make sure the king is secure. And, I mean, probably it's fine for black, but it's a kind of a position where you start feeling a bit iffy, because it's difficult to control everything. Unless you can make an immediate draw by actually kind of biting the bullet and going for this. But like, with the pawn on h7, I'd be much happier, because now I have to watch out for knight h4 every single moment.
Exactly.
This is very, very iffy. Instead, MVL played h4.
Inviting bishop f8.
Yeah, Prague, I think, very happily played h5, but
Now bishop g5 is
now
good.
bishop g5 might actually be very annoying, because
we don't have
you
h6
want to play
anymore.
bishop f8, but how are you going to manage?
King h8 with the idea of queen g8.
King h8, we go rook e g1. Actually,
I take the bishop.
Yeah, you can apparently do it even here, because rook g8, rook g8, rook b7 is very dangerous. The thing is, it still has no squares, and you are now under severe pressure on the king side as well. Like, yes, you're a piece up. It's not even being won back immediately after rook d4. It's just that none of your pieces have any squares.
That's
like,
funny.
what's your next move? King h2, for instance. Like, what's your next move?
I don't know.
It's probably queen f8, but then you probably go back to g8, right? It's such a strange position. But yeah, h5 may have been slightly inaccurate, because you could, for the time being, you could play bishop f8, wait for bishop e3, and play h5 here. And this is probably much stronger. Even though it still exists.
Okay.
But at the very least, we've given ourselves this option.
Right.
Which leads to some kind of a equality of sorts. I don't know.
A mess. h5, bishop g5. That was a funny line where the
I was so proud of myself. I won a piece. Yeah.
But then none of your pieces can move.
Then I can't move anymore after rook d4.
More moves have been made in the Duda Gukesh game. Duda did play rook takes h4, and interestingly, sorry, Gukesh played rook takes h4. And interestingly, Duda chose neither b4 nor bishop f1, which were both pretty good, and played rook c1 instead, which is a very logical move, but it kind of does not deal with the idea of bishop a6 at all. And he is now back to being worse. The engine was suggesting both b4 and bishop f1 give white the advantage. And they did seem like very, very logical. You don't want to allow bishop a6, and nobody's going to take rook c1 from you.
No.
So it seemed like it was kind of required. But rook c1 came very quickly, as did bishop a6. And now we're back in trouble, because if you play b4 now, after a takes b4, queen takes b4, bishop d3.
I so want to put the bishop on d3.
Yeah, we were left with this rather unpromising bishop on g2, which we don't really have a particularly good solution. I mean, we can play bishop f1, but it's a much different situation. My question is, why is the a pawn not scary? But yeah, the machine says the attack is just faster. Once we start attacking h2, f2, and so on, there will be no real time to push. Like, you can do this, but now you've apparently lost to queen a2 takes a6. Like the threats come from every direction. Yeah, and we're hearing the news that there might be a repetition in the game between Sam and
I'm
Nodirbek.
expecting Wesley and Fabi to achieve a draw very shortly as well. Let's go to Sam
It might actually
and
be
Nodirbek.
our longest game, though.
And we did, kind of like appearing in our crystal ball, we kind of expected that Sam would play b3 and c4, and I was asking Peter, knight takes, queen takes, h6. Let's catch up with the players. Queen d5, queen d2, bishop h7.
It's kind of an offer of a repetition, but will Nodirbek take it?
Well,
he typically doesn't, but in this position...
Well, the funny part is, after the bishop d7, queen here, let's say queen here, I very strongly feel that black has achieved his absolute maximum. Like, his rooks are on the best square, the queen is on the best square. The bishop's probably on a better square on h7 than g6, because I am sidestepping anything like this.
I still think white can play f5, knight h5, knight f4.
How?
Like
E4.
right now, instead of king g1.
How?
Can I play f5?
f5.
e4 is protected, right?
Yeah, I would like the bishop
Knight
to already
h5.
be on f7, but it's not. Yeah, so you get knight h5, let's say rook e4.
So you do get your sets out.
Yeah. Here knight takes f6 might be interesting, so maybe start with rook e5, rook g3 though. This is, it's an interesting option, specifically with the bishop on h7, where it cannot stop knight h5. I like Nazi's idea.
Okay. For some reason, I was just thinking, why are you giving me the e5 square? And I was going to take advantage. But if you can get it, like Peter is suggesting, with rook g3.
But maybe rook e5, rook a7.
This.
Yeah, and this might work, or it might not, on the other hand. Like king h7, rook g3, bishop... Looks scary, though.
Bishop h5?
Bishop h5 seems to be the only move.
I didn't know where to go. I was nervous. But maybe, well, I don't know. Am I holding on?
I don't know if this is good for
Queen
white.
h4 probably wins, right?
It feels like...
Take on e4, you're up.
I'm just up a piece. And bishop f7, f6.
Well, you're up a pawn.
Oh, well,
rook
not a
takes
piece, but yeah. Rook e4, queen takes h5, I don't have a
So if I go back...
f6.
f6.
And rook g7 is lending.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So knight takes f6 cannot be tolerated, which is why we played rook e5, which is why you played
rook g3, rook a7, and maybe this holds, right? Queen e8 is now an additional source of defensive resource.
I was thinking that, well, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, e4 pawn is hanging.
No, but bishop f7?
We can play rook g4 if you want, but f5 is also hanging. Well, maybe not.
G7
hangs, yeah.
It's like we always, we're going back and forth. And no, he's not accepting a draw. I don't want
He played rook e6.
No draw offers.
Even though he is at -3, he's not afraid. But here, so let's try again f5 and knight h5 right away.
Okay.
Knight h5.
But one of the differences is maybe with the, am I quick to play this? If you play here, just for argument's sake.
But then maybe I can get to e6 now. Do you want that?
I'll go bishop to g8.
Oh, I can't keep it there.
But
the thing I had in mind was here, but maybe this. Ooh. Now I'm beginning to regret.
Right.
I have regrets. White's achieved something. White achieved something here, Peter. How did we do it?
F5.
F5.
Rook E5 and knight H5.
And what am I supposed to be doing? White is eyeballing
Wait,
E6.
Sam is down to his last 10 minutes. Nodirbek has 52 minutes.
Whoa.
Big time difference. But only 11 moves to go until time control.
And you can shuffle, like you can go rook 1 E2, you know, for your heart's content. You know, forever. The question is whether he wants to play F5, in particular before move 40. Maybe after move 40 he can consider it when he gets his additional half an hour.
It looks like he's just shuffling.
Rook E2.
But I think that makes a lot of sense, honestly, with the clock situation, not to pull the trigger before move 40.
But I thought Nodirbek might want to go for this.
Put the queen on E8?
Yes, precisely.
And then H5, H4, or?
Well, no, just kind of...
You're still not threatening anything. I can continue
I don't
shuffling.
know.
If you play rook E2, now F5 might work, yeah.
Ah.
If you go back, right? If you shuffle too much.
Too much shuffling might get you into a spot of trouble. I don't know if C5 is... Is C5 ridiculous? Sorry. Could I just have a look-see?
Not ridiculous,
If you take, I take.
Okay.
And the idea
And then
was
you
I
get-
was
yeah, maybe the
I was
d4 square for
shifting.
the rook, yeah.
I was shifting quickly, maybe like...
Yeah, I can see that. In particular against 9 minutes, and in particular on -3, where you absolutely are jumping at any opportunity to make this into a double-edged game. Even though I suspect it's not great. Like you,
right, you could still play E5.
You're allowing E5, you're allowing all kinds of things. Yeah.
But that is kind of, well, Nodirbek is fishing a little bit, and when
This
your
might be
opponent's
one of
in
those
time
playing for a
trouble...
loss scenarios.
Right.
Yeah, when your opponent's in time trouble, maybe some shuffling is in order. Okay, I'm going to leave this alone. I was thinking that the Fabiano game was really heading to a draw because essentially Wesley won the A-pawn. And Fabi, therefore,
He's
played
no longer
G4,
up a
G5.
pawn.
Exactly. And I thought we were just about to see
Although
HG,
he's going to get another
FG,
pawn, right?
FG.
Oh, you're... Okay,
Rook
rook G7,
takes.
king F8, rook G5.
So great, you've got a passer, but I've got a passer too. And
Yeah, you can start pushing, actually. Yeah.
Also, there's bishop C5.
Oh,
I
sorry.
think.
Yeah, which is why...
I've got to
You gotta start
include.
with rook A1 or something.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
got
in
to
the current
include
position,
rook
the
A1.
engine just goes rook A1 check, takes on G5 once, and goes A5 and says,
Sorry.
let's go.
Let me do that again. From the current position, he takes on
Rook A1 check.
once.
At some point, yeah, king chooses square.
H2.
Yes, H2, we take on G5.
HG,
FG, and just goes A5. Says,
Makes
I'm not
sense.
even worried about G6. The one that is surprising to me that it allows G6. But maybe King H8, maybe we're not even kidding. Maybe it is King H8, Bishop G8, and then just push the H pawn.
But you don't want this.
Yeah, I don't think you won this, yeah.
I was reaching for captures myself, but okay, I can understand. Even in this position, we're going to get something similar, right? Like to what I had a moment ago, and we were trying to play A3,
This has
A2.
to be a draw.
Yeah.
This has to be a comfortable draw, even I would go as far as to say.
For Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley's looking at the board. It's very hard for Wesley is one of those very calm, very, very calm people at the board. His expression very, very rarely changes. So is that the look of a concerned man? Or
No, not at all. I think it's a look of, I've been playing this for 3 hours. How do I finish it?
Yeah, what's the cleanest solution that
Yeah.
allows me to go home? Yeah.
Exactly.
And honestly, in this particular position, we endorse this. You're not going to have a winning chance in this game anyway. So yeah, you are looking for the cleanest way to go home.
Exactly. You know, I was wondering if I'm looking at this.
And looks like we might have a different game ending, not the one we expected at all.
Ending?
Yeah, let's switch to MVL versus Prague.
All right.
Because I think there's a
repeat.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We actually missed a handshake, yeah.
That happened
No, they
fast.
just claimed, yeah.
No, yeah, handshake happening now, I guess. They found a kind of a logical threefold, but MVL, I guess he just didn't see Bishop G5. Because I think if he sees Bishop G5, he plays Bishop G5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I now see the repetition has been knight to d2, rook to d4. Well, not an eventful end, but it was actually an intriguing opening middle game position. And I thought MVL had a touch of something, but Prague's decision to play knight c4 actually paid off.
Yeah, ended up being completely fine, yeah,
wow.
as it transpired.
So we see the two players there just
I don't think either of them
thoughts.
saw bishop g5, because otherwise Prague wouldn't have played h5, right?
No.
Probably not, no,
Yeah.
because it actually gets to be a bit annoying if you allow it, yeah.
Nice.
So we have 2 draws already. One game headed towards a draw.
I think Fabi's
game against
most
Wesley.
especially.
A position in which not very much is happening in the game between Sevian and Nodirbek, although...
That leaves Duda and Gukesh, and
but
we
that
do
one,
have
that
b4.
one is absolutely a mess. Yeah.
And we do have b3, b4 by Duda after gh, rook takes h4. Now Gukesh is burning some clock here.
Yes, it's 30 minutes against 18.
For me, I understand that after the bishop d3, I'm giving you the choice of b5 or b takes a5, but something about b4 takes a5, I'm not scared of the a pawn as much when...
But BA loses by force here.
What loses?
BA loses by force here. If you go BA, you have just straight up lost to queen g4, bishop f1, queen f3. And then if rook goes, you lose to rook takes h2.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, this you cannot allow at all. This you cannot allow at all.
That's very, very serious. So I'm expecting after b4, bishop to d3. Okay.
Yeah, bishop d3. I think you have to play bishop f1.
Bishop f1. We'll use my board for this one, Peter. Bishop f1. Then how does it go?
A b4, queen takes b4. The engine pretty much always includes king f8, just to sidestep any kinds of queen b5 checks that you might want to avoid. And it says black is better, but not winning. But you have to play very precisely here with white. It's a very threatening position with the king on e1,
but
stuck in the bishop on d3, right in its face, so to speak.
But that's my fear. I really fear that I can easily blunder the game away. Queen g4, queen f3.
Yeah, or as we have seen in some positions, even queen a2 could become a threat at some point if the knight lands on g4.
Queen a2, knight g4. So yeah, this is suddenly... for Duda, wow, he is going to have to be careful, but we have very special guests in the studio.
Prague, welcome back.
Thank you.
How do you feel about your game today?
Yeah, I don't know how to feel, to be honest. Because this line, you shouldn't get any chances with black, but suddenly I got optimistic after DC and knight d6.
You got optimistic with knight d6.
I think it should be fine. I don't think I'm in any trouble with bishop e6. And then he said after the game that he missed, he wanted knight a5 instead of rook a b1.
Yes, that was a top move for me too. Yes.
But rook c8, yeah, I think this is a key point. Rook b1, b6.
No.
Knight c6.
Yeah.
You can still take it, but rook d7 is important, yeah, to stop knight e7. Because rook e7 and then I protect c8.
Yes.
And this works.
Just to finish the line, d4, you would take it, I suppose, and take on
d4?
at
least, yeah.
Yeah, if nothing else, yeah.
Yeah, if nothing else. Nice. And just a sec. Oh, sorry, I meant in the game.
Yeah,
you were saying you got optimistic right about this port?
Yeah, I was not sure. Knight c4, bishop c1.
Because there is a fear, right?
yeah, for sure. No, but I saw it. I saw that I have bishop f8 at least, yeah, like instead of a5.
We were curious about bishop g5 here.
But it's not threatening anything, no?
No,
just freezing you.
F8, right?
Yeah, rook d7, let's say.
Just the same as in the game, just this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought a5 and I'm suddenly better out of nowhere, but then he found this h4 reserves and basically bishop f8, bishop g5, and then he's threatening h4, h5, and he's getting counterplay.
Right. So you felt you had to take the repetition at this point, yeah?
Yeah, I could have maybe taken on d2. I was not sure. But bishop d2, and then he's getting counterplay with rook b1, b7. I didn't really see how I'm pushing here.
Exactly. Very strange pawn structure formation, but okay. How do you like your tournament so far? You're going to rest day. You've done well for the first half, do you feel?
Yeah, I didn't really get any chances after day one, so I can't really be unhappy. I think I'm seeing lines well, I'm calculating well, and yeah, so far I think it's been good.
So
hopefully I'll get more chances in the second half.
I'm sure you're aware that you're fighting for the top 4. Towards the end, do you think players will be taking more risks to guarantee that final 4 spots?
Or less
a lot of you are super close.
Farouzja especially is close.
Yeah, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, for me, this tournament is much more important than like, thinking about
the Grand Chess
playoff and everything like that. If I do well, I'll make it. If not, that's what it is. Yeah, so I can't. I mean, I spoiled everything in the previous tournament, so at least I have a shot now. So I'll just try my best.
Any ideas of how you're going to spend your free day tomorrow?
No, I think I'll just try to rest, and I think that's what I need. There'll also be Grand Swiss coming up, so I need to get as much rest as possible.
Are you going to come over tonight to play Codenames with us? Last time you were pretty good. I mean, you were watching, and the word association game.
We need to work on those colloquialisms.
Codenames.
Yeah, we'll see.
You're welcome. You're welcome. In case you have nothing to do, just come on over. There'll be a nice party.
No, here I'm falling asleep like at 9 p.m. already. I can't stay awake more than that for some reason.
Wow.
And I thought it's not so bad considering the game was at 12. So
yeah, I
didn't really try to change it. I'm just sticking with that.
It's a very healthy schedule.
Yeah.
I mean, not something I wanted to do. It
just how it is.
Due to jet lag, I guess.
For those of you who are joining us late, the results thus far is round 5. And thank you very much once again for joining us.
Well, 3 games are still in process, but we have 2 games that ended. Alireza Firouzja drew against Levon. Aronian, was a very quick draw.
Yeah.
And then we had MVL against Prague, just ended in a draw.
I'm witnessing a trend. We started with 2 wins in day 1, 2 wins in day 2, 1 win in day 3, 1 win in day 4. But now, are we in that zone where the players are playing very
probably
safely?
Gukesh says no, because he's trying to convert his advantage.
Peter,
let's take a brief look. Interestingly, things have changed somewhat in the game between Sam Sevian and Nodirbek, because putting the rook on e7 here, actually something we completely forgot about. This guy is unprotected.
Okay.
You can actually go after it.
Okay. Queen c8?
Queen c8.
If Queen c8, now f5, rook e5, rook a2 wins that pawn.
Just pawn and the a file completely, you go rook a8.
Position collapses. Actually, like this is just straight up bad.
Wow.
Unplayable, pretty much. So after rook a1, the engine says you have to play h5. And this is now like a whole new ballgame, because
that's very different.
Situations change. The engine actually takes on h5, goes rook e4, rook e4. Rook takes e4, queen d5 is apparently not great, because there's still threats to the a6 pawn and you can't coordinate properly. Takes with the bishop instead. And you can actually, I mean, I don't know how happy you are doing this on like 5 minutes, and Sam would have like 5 or 3 minutes at this point. But
this could favor white.
Yeah, but it could be quite good for white.
Yeah.
Instead, he made a kind of a version of the same with queen a1. If you play queen c8, I'm assuming f5, rook a2, although not rook e4, sorry, f5, rook e5, rook a2. It's not as strong as there, but it's still pretty strong. It would have been sort of completely winning with the queen on d4 and a double rook on the a file. This is a bit softer, slightly easier to deal with black, but still very unpleasant.
Do you have to play h5 as
Yeah,
before?
it goes h5, h4, bishop g8, rook takes a6, rook e8, but you are worse.
Well,
you're trying to play d6, d5 next move and at least blow something up in the center, and it's actually impossible to stop apparently, because I guess if the rook moves away from the e file, you will be met with rook takes e4, because this is hanging, this is hanging. You can see why this exchange sacrifice is decent for black. But yeah, it's a mess. And if you don't play queen c8, you have the option of h5, or you have the immediate option of f5. But f5, e5 is very much a kind of a dream change of structure, because you end up with this really locked out bishop on h7, and a bit of pressure for Sam, and very nice awareness, by the way, by the young man, because we were not looking in that direction at all.
No.
And he did realize this exists, and he has 7 minutes for 9 moves, and there's definitely going to be some pressure now after queen a1, and also Nodirbek also kind of has to reorient himself, because he was, I think, expecting a shuffle.
Yeah.
And this is not a shuffle. This is a very concrete option by Sam.
Well, I must say, it was nicely done, if that was Sam's intention from afar, because one of the things that we had on our agenda as white, with the inclusion of f5, was the shuffle to play rook to g3. We weren't looking at rook takes a6.
I didn't even
how does the rook get to a6? Well, guess what? We play queen a1, rook a2, and as Peter has been just showing us, that a6 pawn is tender. I mean, our only defense of the pawn is here, and we're looking at f5, rook e5, and rook a2. And hello, if I get to go rook takes and rook a8, I'm a happy camper.
We're winning a pawn here, but looking at Peter's analysis and the engine eval, it was still not like crashing for white.
No, and that was very curious. You do get to this position in your mind, and you do say, I'm holding. But Peter says, well, yes, holding is one point, but you're counterplaying with d5, which is very unexpected. I wasn't expecting, and also another very attendant move. If I think that you're really playing for d5 and I move my rook, whoa, that exchange sacrifices.
White king is quite weak.
Yeah, or maybe rook f1.
Yeah, having given that speech myself, I'm now thinking, isn't rook f1 just much stronger after rook e8?
Rook e8.
Because if the intention is to give up that exchange, not hanging the pawn on f5 is
probably a good
very
thing.
Significant. I want to play rook a8 here.
Yes, you do.
But you're giving me h4 with the
I
check.
am, yeah. I just want to play king g1 and claim that, okay, h4 was an important pawn, but I will play queen e1 here. Why am I not winning?
Queen
e1.
e1. Hello.
Maybe followed by queen e6 on a good day, or queen e8.
Queen e6.
Let me actually ask the oracle, because it wasn't giving white much of an advantage, but this looks
there is a
risky.
b5 in case of queen e8.
Rook f1, b5, yeah. Rook takes e4 is not even on my screen, but b5 is apparently playable.
Exactly. I was about to say, there is a b5, and the funny part is this bishop is actually now redirected in a very positive way.
Yeah.
I'm radiating some energy here. Boy, but to make that judgment.
We expected a 3-move repetition, and instead
I
found a way to
did.
completely just change the position and complicate things for both of them.
Exactly. But on the other hand, Sam was the one doing it with queen a1 with how much time did you say?
7 minutes for Sam, and Nodirbek has 37.
By the way, I think both of these players are really great blitzers, so they don't feel time troubled quite in the same way that I feel it. They're willing to play any types of positions with just a few minutes on the clock, especially when they have the increments. Peter, over to you.
I'm moving elsewhere, because there's finally Gukesh. I think he broke through half of his time after before, and went for a very concrete. Oh, this loses. Well, loses is strong, but this, I mean, it's a study now. We were playing bishop d3 here, and actually it's sort of my fault, because it's very difficult not to read your screen when your job is to read the screen. But this is very logical. Either with the inclusion of a before, queen b4, or without. Without is much worse, actually. The engine was saying a before, queen takes b4, and this is somehow equal-ish. But queen f3 is an attempt to win the game by force, because rook g1 continues being... rook h2 is very strong. Apparently rook g4 is even more winning, because we are getting to the f2 pawn this way. Yeah, but the problem is...
We're sacked.
Hello.
Let's take the rook.
No, it's a queen.
It's a girl.
But there's nothing on the king side here? Knight
g4, we go king d2.
Oh, king starts running.
Queen takes h2. it goes queen e. The problem is the queen e3 covers everything. So after queen takes f2, we even throw in rook f1. We're actually controlling this, and this will cost a rook. It's important to keep in mind that this will always cost a rook.
Okay, but we're not giving it up. Queen g2, a7.
Queen g2, we can throw in queen b3 for now.
Ah, hitting f7. Because I was so desperate to play h2.
Please move some of your attackers away. Knight h6 or f6, I don't know. Choose one, I go a7, rook h2, I have simply
e1.
rook e1.
And that's winning a rook.
Yeah, and then we're winning a rook.
Well, you'll have a piece for 2 pawns.
Yeah, but the position is so good, the engine doesn't even play a8. It goes knight d5 and then queen b7. Like it's greedy here.
Just attacking my king now.
Yeah, if Jan-Krzysztof finds b5 and everything else is bad, so I think he's likely to.
He's likely to find
his
b5.
second best choice is bishop takes h6.
And nobody wants to
king
do
d2,
this.
but then you're just worse after both a4 and the immediate queen f3. You're just worse.
Yeah.
It doesn't even need much double checking.
I have an attack and
you're down material.
ahead.
You're down material.
Yeah.
So, and if you have to play bishop b7, I mean, this is tricky. Rook g1 is around equal. White is much better with the move queen a3, a2.
It's not going to be found.
Which I think,
come on.
Which I think on
Makes no
16
sense.
minutes. I mean,
Because you're threatening rook c7.
yeah, the point is we're threatening rook c7,
Knight
attacking
d7.
f7 and b7.
It's not even lost.
Yeah.
Knight d7, right?
Well,
But it's an exchange. Oh, it's not an exchange. I'm just.
the point is, if you do this, you get mated on the c7 square.
With the pawn. What?
That's
Yeah.
cruel.
Yeah, I think b5 is very findable.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Gukesh to go bishop b7 because queen takes h1, b8 looks suspect. And then, but the good news for Duda is that rook g1, rook h2, and steal queen a2 with the idea of maybe trading. Look at the improvement we've made on the queen side.
Oh, big time.
And now we're no longer really getting mated. I mean, it's still on e1, but without the bishop on d3. The reason we were in so much trouble was that in all of these positions there was this bishop on d3, which was controlling everything and creating a lot of threats. It's now on b7 and completely locked out. So honestly, I'm surprised it's only plus 0.30 on my screen. I would very much like this position with white, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, recognizing that b5, I mean, that line that you showed there, Peter, where we sacrifice in exchange, and then we just king d2, bishop e2, rook f1, and queen a2. That
He
was
played
just,
it. B5
yeah, b5
was
on the
found.
board.
b5 on the board.
No, this is a massive turnaround in the game.
Oh my goodness.
This is just now, it's a completely new game in which Jan-Krzysztof is very much in the running for victory.
And the clock times for the two
15
players?
minutes
Nazi?
against 18 and still 16 moves to go.
Who's got the 18?
Gukesh.
Ooh.
But honestly, in 16 moves, we're going to have something decided on the board, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
But that is, okay, so, I mean, without the eyes of the engine, people play rook g1.
I think you play rook g1.
Oh, sorry. Bishop b7.
Yeah, queen a2 is just such a difficult move to consider.
And you play queen a2 now.
Or rook c2 even, but yeah, queen a2 looks logical because it does create this idea of rook c7.
Well, I'm also eager to play queen e2, but I do like the rook c7 move. Am I playing knight g4 here?
No, I think that probably loses to takes rook c7, right?
Why not immediately rook c7?
I don't want to allow
Because
rook
take
f2,
knight
yeah.
That's a good.
But this
is
hurts,
massive.
though.
This is massive.
This hurts.
Sorry, rook. That's an obvious
Queen e6,
refutation.
but yeah, you'll have 2 pieces.
Yeah, that's an obvious refutation. So knight g4 is off base.
No, the engine I think
Can we go
goes.
knight d5 or bishop d5 or something? Something on
Okay.
d5. I don't know which piece.
Yeah.
Let's start with the knight.
Somehow this knight became good.
Yeah.
I mean, the knight was bad for so long, and now it just became good.
You gotta take it, right? Otherwise, knight before.
Well, this is quite the turnaround because from the opening, we think that Gukesh really came out of the opening with a lot of trumps, and things changed dramatically the moment queen f3 occurred because of this move b5. And suddenly, you know, again, this knight on b6 controls the promotion square a8, which is just magnificent. Winning a rook on h1 turns out to be a very bad idea. because of the counterplay that results after rook c7. And we could be seeing a massive turnaround here for Duda and our world champion in trouble. And I mean, again, I started today's show by saying everybody's playing for a win. Everybody wants a win. Gukesh wanted to win today's game. Duda wants to win. Fabi, everybody wants to win. But it now feels like it's Duda in control.
It sure seems that way, but it's still a very messy position and playing for
Knight
the result.
G4.
Something we didn't even consider.
He didn't take the rook. He didn't take the bishop. He didn't do anything.
Queen
he
E2
didn't move his bishop.
Yeah, this one, I just didn't have time to get to it because, yeah, this is still very, very confusing. White is now, I think, winning objectively in actually even more than one way, but all of them are very tricky. The best move appears to be our old favorite Queen A2.
Defending F2.
Yeah, but
that's
interestingly,
logical.
And the one I really want to show you is this.
Okay.
Just giving you on the rook on
Oh, with the rook, I was looking at F2. Yeah.
So we do this and then we take on A6 and we get the kind of a position we were discussing earlier where the A6 pawn just overpowers black pretty much.
Wow.
But apart from that, King D2 is winning with very similar ideas.
None of these are normal moves.
Yeah, rook takes H2 and now we don't take because the knight on F3 is very strong. We go rook HE1. Bishop b7, rook c7, and
this is
our initiative on the queen side starts to be just much more important than whatever it is that's happening on the other side of the board.
But rook h3, it still looks...
Rook h3, I guess we can always throw in rook f1. We are giving mate on the other side, actually.
We've been here.
Yeah. And also, so I showed bishop b2, I showed king d2, and then queen a2. ba, obviously, just to show this is completely unplayable. This is the one you cannot play.
Right.
And this actually works in Duda's favor, because you need to stop queen takes f2 with something, and pretty much any move he touches in his mind, like whatever in his mind stops queen takes f2, actually all of them work. Bishop d2 works, king d2 works, queen a2 works. I'm curious about rook c. Okay, rook c2 is the one that doesn't work, because you've removed the protection from the bishop on f1, and now you lose to the very simple queen h1, knight h2, and you've lost everything.
Oops.
So he's actually now in a situation where pretty much everything that doesn't lose in two moves is kind of winning. Yeah, which is a good spot to be in.
Wow.
Because it's difficult to go wrong.
Yeah, true that. So I defend A2 with, pardon me, I defend F2 with the move Queen A2.
Yeah.
I presume...
Let's actually take a look at this for a second.
He takes the rook.
Yeah, if Queen A1, BA loses to rook H2, but rook C7 wins.
Rook C7 is the...
Because that distracts the black pieces from...
Can I just come back with the queen? Queen F3?
Queen F3, bishop G2.
Oh.
Kicking it further away, you have to play Queen F6, and now I can finally take.
Okay, rook H2. It
rook
still
H2.
keeps going. F2 is still hanging.
Yeah, I'm not finished with you yet.
Queen C2 is...
If you get here, you find it. If you get here, you find it. Seeing it from here, like if I ask you to calculate this line from here, you probably don't. But if you get to that position, you see Queen C2 in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is now objectively just not very good for Gukesh at all. And as I mentioned, the situation where all of your moves work is really not what you want to have as Gukesh.
By the way, that line that you just finished at, I say, and white wins from this position with the move queen takes e4.
Yeah.
Check.
Queen takes e4 check. Yeah.
White wins from this position. And queen a2. Let me just put that one again, because that is really...
Queen h1, important to play rook c7.
I'm threatening mate in 2, queen takes f7.
Yeah. If knight h6, the attack fizzles, so it is queen f3.
Which both defends and what Nazi...
And creates the idea of rook h2. Yeah, we kick it away.
And now
it goes to f6.
We take a bishop.
Yeah, we finally take on a6. They go rook takes h2. I think knight d5 also works, but queen c2 is more beautiful.
I mean, that is just visually so aesthetically pleasing. Queen takes, and queen takes. What a way of defending g2. I mean,
it just ends all of black's threats and it's game over.
It's just, that's it. It's just like the sudden...
collapse completely.
And also, just to throw in one last final touch, as if it's necessary, right? You've got a7 as well. Like what? What? I mean, I feel like something very strange happened here for Gukesh, because he played all of these moves, and starting from rook takes h4, I would say. But he forgot to include bishop e6 to d3.
The fact that the bishop will be on b7 instead of d3
is massive.
This is what's probably going to decide the game, and
this bishop could be on d3. We're going to keep a pause on this one for just a moment.
Sam Sevian down to last 2 minutes on his clock. They still have to make 8 moves before the time control.
Nodirbek did choose a 5.
Big change, and I think Sam is very happy he got in this move e5.
Yeah.
And you always have to be aware, putting your pawns on light squares when you've got a bishop. Right now, I don't know, Nodirbek in trouble? It feels like it.
Not a great deal, but it's not going to be very pleasant, because the knight on g3 is going to be stronger than the bishop on h7.
Well,
in particular, if you somehow manage to actually get it to the e5 square.
Yeah.
It is 4 moves away. Famously, this kind of a diagonal g3 to e5 takes not 2, not 3, but 4 moves to get the knight to get there. Yeah, it's a lot of moves.
Right.
But black is not very comfortable yet, because the king on h2 is entirely safe. You have to watch out, like there are some pawn weaknesses. I suspect if the queens come off, this endgame might be quite unpleasant, in particular if you trade them on the d6 square, creating an additional weakness. This is
just not fun.
Yeah, suddenly not fun at all for Nodirbek. And also, I think he pretty much... He
this is not what you wanted, he bargained for.
Yeah, what I want to say is he probably told himself he knows how the last 10 moves before the time control will go. He was kind of expecting rook 1, e2, rook 2, e1, rook 1, e2, rook 2, e1.
Exactly.
And now he is in a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, and this was, for those of you joining us late, this was like, he had to essay, or judge if you prefer, the idea that in this position, the bishop coming back to g8 gives... is it with f5? I apologize. I think it is with
in some
f5.
way, f5 or e5 of h4.
h4. Yeah. He had to judge that this position, despite being a pawn down, is actually not that bad for him. He's got b4 as well, b5 as well as d5 as a sources of counterplay.
But honestly, you see that you lose a pawn and you dismiss that line.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. The judgment, to have that judgment and to recognize that no, I'm a pawn down, but I've got enough counterplay. That's remarkable. Conversely, I think this is very easy for Sam to play despite his
Even
time shortage.
Even with a little time, yes. Moves come very naturally.
And very, very easily. Let me throw down a bad move, but it did flitter through my mind. I take this guy. And if, for example, you take on e2, I take this guy.
Oh, that's your idea.
Yeah, exactly.
You win.
And yeah,
it's game over. Yeah,
it's very, very, very bad for black. So Nodirbek, he has a big advantage on the clock, but I think the position just definitely not in his favor. By the way, just again, the bishop on h7 is so bad. I'm just wondering, can I do something?
You could have taken on e7, but you want something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to put a very bad position on the board.
This must lose for black.
Exactly.
Queen e8, queen e5.
Queen d6, queen d8. Yeah, it's not even difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that this bishop never gets...
Hang on, queen e5, queen d7. Queen d4. Yeah, we don't even play queen e5. We go queen d4.
Yeah, the bishop just never gets to defend against the criminal, the runaway criminal. So yeah. I don't bail me out here, Peter. How does Nodirbek put up resistance?
Well, you grit your teeth and you go g5, rook e5, bishop g6 or something. And
hold on, you say that again, please.
d5, rook e5, bishop g6, I think.
d e5. He takes
d e5.
Yeah.
Rook e5.
Bishop g6. I
Bishop
think I'm
g6
okay with,
and you grit
I'm okay
your
with
teeth.
you taking on a6 if it activates my queen.
Mm-hmm.
Like whichever way you take on a6, if you allow me to take on e5 and go f takes e5, I will play f5, f4, and my position will start looking a lot better. If you take on a6 with everything and go queen takes a6, I have queen e3. Although that loses the c7 pawn. Hang on.
Can I munch this guy?
Yeah, maybe queen d6 in the end there.
Take.
Queen takes a6, queen d6.
And F4 is...
Attacking F4 and B4 and protecting C7, importantly. I wanted to play Queen E3, but that would have been bad.
Queen A8 and Queen F3.
Yeah, I take on B4, I probably survive, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I was taking on... No.
You're taking F5, but there's Queen...
Yeah. Not happy about this.
Meanwhile, Duda did find Queen
Might
H7.
even walk into H5.
Very unhappy about this. No, this is not what I bargained for. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. And what did he do?
Played bishop G6 without taking on E5.
Without taking, yeah.
And
does
as
this change anything?
Peter said, grit your teeth.
Well, it allows Rook D2. The difference is we've allowed Rook D2 and Rook D2 followed by Rook D5. The engine quite likes, but it connects it with the idea of recapturing on E5 with the pawn, which I think would be very difficult to do.
Which is what I was trying to recapture with piece, obviously.
Yeah, but with the Rook on D5, Queen C6, let's say.
Okay.
Rook D5, and just as an illustration, D takes, F pawn takes. The knight from E2 is aimed at both D4 and F4. And I think this is specifically in this position it's so good, because F4, knight E2, you suddenly face a lot of very unpleasant forks.
Right.
1 minute for Sam.
Ooh. Things getting very, very tense here. And by the way, for our wild card, Sam Sevian, he's played a wonderful tournament. He's made 4 draws, and really he's had the better of a number of those draws, most especially in his game against Wesley So from the very first round. So, I mean, he has proven that he belongs in this field.
Yeah.
But with 1 minute on this clock and
it's now 35 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good thing he's not panicking. I would be shaking like a leaf. I no longer... I've lost the ability to play on under a minute completely.
Yeah. Peter, we have some position like this. Let me just put, I mean, the most base position, if you will. Like you say, it takes me 4 moves.
Yeah, and he's gone for this. I think it's very understandable in 10 seconds. He left himself 10 seconds to make a move.
And we do have rook takes
Nodirbek
E2.
actually includes rook takes E2, wants the knight on E2 instead of G3.
Can we take on E7?
Or maybe he doesn't want to allow rook D1 or something, yeah.
Doesn't make a big difference, but yeah, he's taken on E7.
D7, rook takes E7. Do we try to keep the rook on? Play rook D1 here?
Yeah, and then take on A6, or are you going to go Queen C8?
Well, if I am forcing Queen C8, I'm definitely playing rook D1. I think I would very much like that queen to be on C8.
I would love the queen to be on C8 because now I'm seeing an opportunity maybe.
Yeah, like rook D5, queen D4, very nice.
Precisely.
Very nice. Even though I still don't understand like how we're going to make progress after king H7, queen D4, queen E6. It's still very solid for black.
Yeah. I think it looks much better for white than it actually
right.
is.
It's like one of those visually.
Here rook E5 though, it's maybe annoying.
Visually, it looks like I'm the one doing the bullying, let's say.
And you are, but it just might not be enough to win.
Right. We do have this is the current position.
25 seconds. He's taken the
He chooses a more. And yeah, he can take on A6, but then I guess queen D6. Maybe he thinks he can take on A6, and after queen takes before give a check, take on C7, be a bit better.
Okay, let's have a look. He's clipped a pawn.
Yeah.
And that's what he's gone for.
Actually, even queen B4 appears to be equalizing, right? Because queen C7, queen takes B3, there is no particular follow-up.
Huh. That's it.
Maybe he wants queen C8, knight F5.
Sorry, that's a check.
Yeah.
So kind of the computer saying, Mr. Grandmastership, would you please...
Yeah, queen B4 played. I thought queen D6 maybe was even cleaner, but Nodirbek decides not to worry about this. Is knight F5 not a... he has queen B3, queen C4. I was planning to land knight E7, and I was very proud of myself, but actually queen takes C4 covers everything.
Let me just catch up with you, Peter.
Yeah.
There. And by the way, in the interview I had with Nodirbek, he told me that he does weaponize the clock. And what he specifically referred to is he likes to stay ahead on time. And when he does have those opportunities to put his opponent in time trouble, he presses by playing quickly. And he has done it so far. A moment ago, Sam was down to a minute, but with all of these moves, is that still the case?
Yeah,
yes.
but back to down to a minute, yeah. I think it probably makes sense for him to just take on C7, play
only
C5.
3 moves away now from getting 30 minutes.
Yes, he's just captured on C7. We're going to capture on B3. By the way, instantly played. I don't even think. Aren't you required to write down your move these days, or not?
Well, you can write down
go
to play.
home. Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
You don't have to write down your opponent's move.
You
yet.
don't. Okay.
You can make a move and write both of them at the same time.
Yeah, you can't.
But you can't go longer than that, right?
Yeah, you can't go above 2-ply, but 2-ply is fine.
Okay, I'm expecting c5.
Yeah, I think just
by
playing c5 makes sense. We're not really playing this for a win anymore.
Yeah, and then
just queen a6 and shuffle.
Yeah, and then we can probably make a draw. Yeah.
I don't think there are realistic ways to get the knight to any good square here.
Well, I'm not saying that Sam missed anything absolutely spectacular or special, but he was the one pushing.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
And
yet another very solid game by
our
the young American.
Yeah.
You can try h3, h4 in the current position, but it really doesn't do very much. No, I mean, no. Once the queen side is gone, nothing does anything. I mean, in the current position.
Sorry. Not.
Yeah, you can go h4 here, which probably forces h5, and you can count that as a moral victory. But
yes, look at your ugly pawns.
10 seconds, decision made.
Yeah,
h4.
guess what? All those, every kind of victory we all accept.
Moral victories are very important.
By the way, I played h6, h5.
You can play queen d3, maybe h5, bishop e8, but I don't know. Not very happy with it.
Do you think we should switch to Duda Gukesh? Because
absolutely,
Gukesh is in trouble there. They followed the line we're looking at.
Yeah, that's exactly the line.
And
hold on, let me catch up with the players because this finally Gukesh did capture the rook on h1.
Rook c7
and there was
played,
that
queen
rook
f3
c7.
played. Now the only thing that wins is bishop g2, but that's very understandable because you do want to stop rook takes h2 from landing with tremendous force.
Right, you want to stop rook h2, rook f2. And the move bishop g2, it's that cunning little move that just, you include this nice little flick against the queen. It's easy to miss because in your mind's eye, you're chasing victory. So you're doing everything boom, 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 boom. And the move bishop g2 is on pre. So sometimes you just tune it out as a possibility.
Yeah. And bishop g2 by itself is not even scary. After queen f6, then rook h2 comes with a tempo.
Right, so you're not fearing it. And then you get here, and then you realize to your horror that your opponent doesn't have to play king f1 and allow knight takes e3, and he doesn't have to play bishop takes e4 and allow rook takes f2.
Right.
But you see this move queen c2 and your
quiet,
heart just sinks.
Quiet move that just ends the game.
And as a kind of a backup, instead of queen c2, knight d5 gives you a big advantage. Not winning advantage. Queen c2 just straight up wins. Knight d5 gives you a good game, but black is still sort of alive after queen h4.
Queen h4.
You play knight f4.
Defending the bishop.
Black plays d6, d5.
Stopping queen takes f7.
Stopping queen takes f7. And now you go knight takes d5, saying,
wow, take my bishop.
Yeah, that actually.
Your worst.
The more I look at this line, the more I think, this is not obvious at all.
I'm gonna.
Because
send it to you, Peter.
The point here is that after rook takes g2, rook e7, rook f7 works, because there will be knight g6 in the end there.
Oh.
King f7, knight
I'm
f4. We are 2 rooks down,
and
we are winning this position because king e8, trying to sidestep those forks, queen g8. King d7, queen e6, king c7, queen c4. This is winning for white, apparently.
Oh my God.
Because we force the king to e7 and then we pick it up. Nobody sees that. Okay, let's just forget about this. Because if you have to play knight takes d5 in this position, you have 8 minutes.
So sorry, but Duda did not play bishop g2.
He didn't play. Okay.
Oh.
No, this changes things quite dramatically. Yeah,
he took the bishop right away without the inclusion.
He's no longer better.
Yeah, now he has to play queen e2, everything else loses, but this, once again, this is very understandable. You have to get the queens off the board or you'll
but in Duda's defense, he's sitting there thinking that queen e2 could win the game because he's counting on the a6 pawn winning.
Yeah, but regrettably, black gets a passer of his own after queen f3, rook f2, queen takes f3, and importantly, e takes f3. And this is now a very dangerous pawn. This is still a study, by the way. We go a7. Right. It's not even a rook, right? We're threatening rook c8. It's a queen.
It's a queen
in progress. Rook b2.
Right, bishop b5.
Now, knight
check.
c8 is the only thing that doesn't lose, apparently.
Doesn't lose.
Doesn't lose. If you play rook c8, you have lost to f2, king d1, knight takes e3, and then rook takes c8, and I have rook c2 takes c8. Okay.
But what about that bishop b5
So you have to
check?
play knight c8.
Sorry, can we see Yasser's move bishop b5 check?
Bishop b5 check, king f8.
I just saw the bar go.
I saw that too, but let's continue. Just a8, rook c8.
No, a8 is never good enough because we'll go knight e. If you play a8, in the end, I'm not even maybe playing f2. Maybe I'm just playing knight takes e3. Oh, no, this loses to rook c8, e8 takes a3, right? So f2, king d1, knight e3, king c1, rook takes b5. I guess is the simplest, right? And this is a queen.
Oh my gosh! So we're seeing
this is still a study in progress. Yeah, this could end in any of three ways.
Exactly.
Frankly, queen e2 played. Rook h1 is rook h1 is bad. Really, the only move you can make is rook takes f2. Everything else is dead lost, apparently. Not a shocker, frankly, because a6 is very strong. So we get here.
But e takes f3.
Yeah, that line I was showing apparently is strictly forced. You can begin with knight c8, but it's the same line. a7, rook b2. You have to realize you have to play this. Only move knight takes e3. f2 now loses, because the king gets to c1 safely, and a8, not only is it a queen, the problem is we're also threatening knight takes d6, queen takes d8 mate, so there's no counterplay on this side. So you have to play knight takes e3.
Right.
Now the only
threatening f2 mate.
The only thing that doesn't lose is knight takes d6, rook takes f7, and rook takes f3, getting rid of the passer. But now we're no longer threatening to mate to queen the a pawn. And knight takes f1 is a draw, rook b1 check is a draw.
So the a pawn is still there, and we've got knight b5.
But rook b1, king e2, it takes on f1. Regrettably, we actually have to take it back. There is rook c3, but it doesn't win. And we end up in this position where, like d5, rook a8, knight b5. White is not worse, but there's, like, eventually, I guess black might even be able to take on a7, go king d6 takes d5, and like save the game this way. It says a draw.
Wow. For those joining us late, this has been a stunning game. Gukesh got a nice advantage out of the opening. He was doing everything really, really well. Then came this move b5, which completely changed the fortunes, and it looked like Duda was winning the game if he flicks in this move, bishop g2. A failure to flick in the move, and now it's a 3-result game, and we've just seen the move rook takes f2. But in the current position, it's crucial to follow up with e4 takes f3 and to recognize that suddenly we have a mating nut thanks to a pass pawn. Yeah. I didn't see that coming, Nasi.
No, it's very surprising, and anything can happen now in this
game. Right, it's a crazy 3-result game with knight c8 necessary.
They're also both approaching
A7.
time trouble as well.
Yeah. And look at Gukesh so calmly getting up. I've got this. I figured it all out, he says.
Well, in a way, he survived, right? Because if Duda found bishop g2, that would have been pretty much game over.
In some strange way, if this ends in a draw, it feels fair, right?
There's no fairness. There's no justice.
No, they will both feel gutted.
Right.
But it's a very interesting game in which both of them missed huge opportunities.
Yes, that's a good way
in
of
that
putting
respect, it
Yes.
kind of feels okay if it ends in a draw, even though neither of them will be happy about it.
Wow. I've just got to ask there were so many questions I needed to ask. I understand the idea of a7 and making a queen, for sure. But I was also curious, I'm so worried about this pawn on f3. I was wondering if I shouldn't just, play to rip it off. Take it away.
d5 maybe.
d5 maybe.
Knight d5, rook d5. Bishop d5, rook e2 check, don't do that.
And then knight e3 check.
And then knight e3 check.
But even knight d5, rook d5 is kind of very similar. Knight 7, king g8.
King g8, I'm going to run.
Again, anytime I play bishop takes d5, you always have rook e2 check.
You also have a7, knight b8 ideas after king g8. Is it too slow?
Feels too slow.
Yeah.
That rook
I think
e2.
the f pawn will probably decide.
Oh my goodness. What? And
4 minutes for Jan-Krzysztof. This is move
28.
29, I want to say.
28.
28, yeah.
He will be making his 29th
Yeah,
move.
so 12 moves to make yet. 4 minutes for him, 7 minutes for Gukesh.
7.
Yeah.
Wow.
Much of the following play will be completely forced because there will be a lot of checks that have only one reply to them, but there are still some decisions, yeah.
So the main line that Peter's been showing
Rook
us
B2 strongest, but that is not really a surprise.
with the idea
Knight C8 only move.
Of Knight E3 and F2 mate. And that's for me a surprise that Knight C8 is the only move because
Yeah, I
Bishop
think
B5 is so darn
This
tempting.
is exactly where I would blunder with white.
He has played E takes F3.
Knight C8 is not the most obvious. Yes, you're threatening to promote the queen. Yes. But
Okay. And then F2 is a big mistake
Yeah,
because
F2
then my
loses.
king gets on its sneakers and runs towards the pawn. And as Peter's been mentioning, yes, you get the queen, but the problem is you're also threatening mate the moment you do get the queen, so we don't get a chance ourselves. But knight takes E3. And how did the line go now?
Knight D6,
Peter?
Rook F7.
And that was crazy.
Yeah, everything else loses now.
Knight
This-
takes
but this
D6,
holds, yeah.
check. We don't have time to take the knight because that queen's would check.
white is so lucky that Rook
Is-
F7 and Rook F3 just
Just
all
in time,
happened.
at the very last possible moment, you get to the
But
this.
doesn't it feel like a study?
It
of
is.
sorts?
Absolutely looks like a study, yeah.
That is just so crazy. And check, and we get this ending where we end up with our knight fastened to the A7 pawn and likely draw.
Yeah, and also
Wow.
important that A7 survives, because if black could take the A7 pawn off the board, they would be completely winning, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, but the A7 pawn
Down to
survives.
3 minutes now for Jan-Krzysztof.
He doesn't look like he's ready to make a move either, though. He's still, you can see he's calculating
he's
with his
calculating.
eyesight away from the board.
Yeah. And
But he looks calm.
Yes,
Gukesh looks a bit nervous.
yes. Here we go. Knight C8 or A7.
or A7, Knight C8.
The two moves are interchangeable, but you have to
as
you
far
have to
as
realize
A7.
A7 on the board, and now we're expecting Rook B2. The baton has been passed to Gukesh.
Rook A2 is possible, but much weaker.
Rook. Why would you play Rook?
Yeah,
A2?
Yeah,
A2
but
makes
nobody
sense.
plays that. Yeah,
You would
it's-
play Rook B2 instantly to attack the knight, and to threaten knight takes, and mate. Wow. So Peter, can I ask the obvious? If I play Rook B2, queen, Rook takes queen,
Yeah.
knight takes rook, knight takes E3.
F2, Knight takes E3, I think.
King C1 and
F2.
do you take on F1?
Even take on F1 and go Knight
Oh,
frankly
no.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Can catch. Well,
Well, you have Rook C1, but you're losing
down
that.
to
You're
pawns,
losing
right?
that knight ending.
should
Yeah.
be lost.
It's funny that my knight on A8 has captured a rook. But your knight on F1 also returned the favor. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Rook B2, Knight C8. Those are the key moves. Rook B2. Again, ideas of knight takes E3 and F2, knight to C8. Ideas of knight takes D6 and rook.
A8. Queen is also a threat.
And also A8. It's surprising to me that this bishop, which is somehow in the way, you don't get
You shouldn't
to
move it, yeah.
Yeah, you
Because
should.
when you do, it's bad for white.
Exactly.
It's very counterintuitive.
Exactly.
What a game, though.
Wow.
Not a perfect game by any stretch.
No, but it's the imperfections that
what
make
a
it such
game,
an
yeah.
interesting game.
What a game.
I mean, we saw a perfect game between Levon and Alireza.
We were not
earlier, but-
complaining, though.
No, but it was a draw by force, it seemed, at the very end there. Wow.
But Gukesh absolutely has to play Rook B2, otherwise he's worse. And he's down to 5.5 minutes right now.
Well, the crazy part is from the current position, Peter informs that Rook A2 is not losing, and that would be a move that
It is much worse, though.
that never
And the
would
reason
occur
it's
to me.
the reason it's not working is that White actually plays Bishop B5 check, and then invests to tempi in avoiding a mating knight by going King D1, King C1, just to stop Knight takes E3 F2 mate. And then our threats on the other side of the board actually start becoming unstoppable.
Great.
All of this is like a study.
Crazy.
Every single line I'm reading on my screen is like a small study.
Remarkable. And Sam Sevian, I'm being told, is in time trouble.
Move 40.
But they have reached move 40, and looks like Sam's
It's still the same position, and they just reached time control.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should continue watching the central game. But there was a small, interesting moment in that endgame, which I will show later. But.
All right. But
We're
again,
back to Duda and Gukesh.
Gukesh, it's incumbent upon him to find the move rook b2. By the way, that king d1, king c1, with bishop b5, that's cheeky as it gets.
It is very, very cheeky. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It is very cheeky.
Just the 2-minute time difference here.
By the way, I'm being told that Wesley and Fabi have made the time control.
Yeah, I think this is the only
game
game that's still 10 moves away from time control.
Everybody else has made the time control, and everybody else is taking a breather.
Yeah, everybody else is actually watching this. Yeah. Wesley is just like not interested in this position whatsoever. He wants to watch how that time trouble ends. And you can understand he is really out of any danger.
Not much here.
The story goes that in that game from Paikidze, the pearl of Paikidze, Garry Kasparov, Veselin Topalov, Garry's double rook sacrifice. It was so absorbing that literally the players in the playing hall moved away from their game to watch that.
I was there.
Yeah, you were there.
I was there. Yeah.
And it was
you either watching it or calculating it instead of your own game, trying to figure out like where this is going.
Yeah, well, this is where the crowd is right now. They're watching Duda and Gukesh. Will he find rook b2? And again, apologies, clock times, Nazi.
2 and 3 minutes.
2 for Duda, 3 for
Gukesh.
And these are really difficult because both sides can be checking the kings, promoting pawns are being promoted. There's mating nets. We've seen a number of mating nets for Gukesh. Rook, knight, pawn. That's checkmate. So that's one mating net. Knight c8, a8, knight takes d6. That's a mating net for white. I mean, the game is going. Oh, and there he did it.
He played rook b2.
Best move on the board.
And now the shoe
he went
on the
down
other foot.
to. He used half his time, right?
I think
More or
so.
less.
He went from 6 to 3 minutes.
Yeah,
yes.
there you go.
And now, moment of truth, knight c8.
Knight
the only
c8.
move that doesn't lose for white.
Now it's Duda's turn to find the only move, and he'll have 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Well, I can see the clock time. 2:50, right? 2:50. Okay.
But I'm sure he was thinking during Gukesh's time too and expecting rook b2.
Exactly. I always encourage people to always expect their opponent to play the best move, or at least what you're thinking is the best move.
Yeah, otherwise it's wishful thinking, right?
Precisely. And prepare your response to what you think is the best move. So I'm sure Duda was considering rook b2 as the best move, and now he was thinking, what are my choices? King d1, bishop b5, knight d5, knight c8. And I'm sure, as well as a8, and
It's
probably
even
a8 is the worst.
c8, but you can calculate that you're getting mated.
Yes.
Right after rook c8, yeah.
Yes. So I'm sure. Whoa. He looks hesitant. Maybe I'm reading it wrong from this angle, but
well, the price of a move is very high.
Exactly.
And he knows that, so.
Price of the move is half a point. Minute 30.
Do you think he's seeing knight c8? Do you think he's calculating?
Oh,
knight
so.
He knows it exists. He's just trying to figure out if it's playable and whether there's anything else that might work.
Maybe he's looking for something better.
Yeah, the answer to both is no, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't have access to precision technology that we do.
In these moments, do you get more nervous as your opponent's clock time is ticking down?
Yes, definitely.
Like they have 3 minutes, you're not getting nervous. Now they get down to 30 seconds, now you start to get nervous that their clock is suddenly so close to...
Yeah, it definitely affects you even when you're... Yeah, he found it.
There we go.
Wow.
Left himself a minute, but did play the absolutely only move. And now once again, if not knight takes e3, you lose.
everything, f2 is terrible because f2 check, you just chase the king towards the rook, and this is a queen. So knight takes e3, threatening
f2 mate.
f2 mate.
Knight takes d6, I think, only move.
Provokes knight d6.
Yeah.
King
this
f8.
whole sequence, now I think we will see this entire sequence on the board because of just how little choice there is.
Wow.
Yeah, everything else is simply losing. In a way, it's easier to play when you're forced to make the best moves.
Hold on. Right here. Okay. Because I'm protecting f2, do I have any...
What's an useful move that you have, though?
I really wanted to play a move like bishop c4, but you're right. Rook takes f3, taking a pawn. Do I have this? Is this a use? I don't even know if this is a useful move or not. But let's try. Let's say I play with the idea that I want to play rook takes next, and I don't want to allow knight check. You have this.
And take on d4. Why not? Keeping my f3 pawn alive.
That does keep your f3. Wow. Okay, so we're likely to, in this case, to then see rook takes f3, and our main move had been rook check.
Knight takes f1, I think, also is zeros.
Is also zeros?
Yeah. At this point, it becomes less of a narrow.
Well, okay.
line.
Yeah.
Minute 15 for Gukesh.
Oh my.
I'm sure, again, he sees 93 in this whole line, but he's also looking for something more.
Right.
They're both playing for a win.
Yeah, we despite the fact that nobody has any time, it's like they really have this inner self-confidence.
It is watching games like this that I think occasionally, wouldn't it be good to have an interview with both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
To ask what they were calculating.
Yeah.
And there you go. He's
and
played
obviously logistical problems prevent this from happening.
Yeah.
This is not a...
Also, I don't think they enjoy it. Just players do not like it.
Look at this. King f8, and we're expecting rook f7 and rook f3. And it's remarkable, despite the very shortage of time, they keep finding the best moves. Actually, on that note, it was at an Olympiad in Turin. I was doing an interview with Almira and Anna Skripchenko, and they both came in at the same time to analyze the game that they had just played. And it was a fight for the mouse. They both, I wanted to do this, I wanted to do that. I was like, ladies, I'm the commentator. I'll hold the mouse. Correct. It was quite the fight. A draw. Okay, we are expecting rook check, but as Peter just mentioned, knight
maybe
takes.
immediately knight f1,
Yeah.
and then straight rook a8. We can keep the both rooks on the board.
I can demonstrate a mate.
Oh, for the other side, bishop c4.
Bishop C.
Wait, where's the king h7 though?
I said a mate. I did. You got to cooperate, Nasi.
King h7 is still losing, right?
Yeah,
Is it?
I wouldn't
Because of
recommend
G6
it.
actually.
I would not recommend allowing bishop c4 check. No,
Yeah, that feels,
that
a little bit
that's a fail.
of a liberty.
So let's take on f1 and then play rook a8 immediately.
We have knight b5 though.
And then I want to win
So
a4 pawn.
takes. Rook a8 immediately. Give me the pawn.
Knight b5.
Defending
Rook
the pawn.
b4,
Rook
I guess, or
a2.
rook a2, yeah.
Rook a2.
Rook a2, keeping my king
But you
under
have
duress.
d-pawn that can run now. I don't
This is
know.
actually still very sharp.
Yeah. d5, rook
Either the
a4,
d5
rook
or I can
d3.
also maybe include rook c3, rook c7 or something, but that's maybe not
Yeah,
fast
we might
enough.
lose this.
Who's winning and why?
I don't know.
Is this
d7 and
is this
rook
ridiculous?
c3.
Rook f5, rook f8.
Right on time with the check.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Come on.
Your-
My mouse is.
Your mouse doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah. Sorry, it doesn't. Like.
Yeah.
You do it. Rook f8 check. King g2.
Well, once it's on f8, black is just
Rook f8,
very
that's it.
comfortably winning. There is no threat.
Full extra rook.
Mamma mia.
15 seconds for Gukesh
Whoa,
to make a
whoa,
decision. Take on f1 or give a check first. 11, and he's done it.
Okay, interesting. We actually welcome this because this is a lot sharper than Rook B1, Knight F1.
I was thinking Rook B1 was cleaner, but now.
Well, that would be a draw. He's playing for a win still.
Everybody's playing for a win still. So we're expecting king takes, yeah?
Rook A8, and actually Knight B5, Rook A2 is tricky. Maybe you go Rook F7 in this position instead of Knight B5.
Rook F7.
Yeah, Rook F7 probably, in terms of like securing an immediate draw, it's simpler.
It's kind of keeping this rook honest, right? If the rook leaves and allows Rook B7, maybe you're not
the point is if you play Rook B4, I assume I can go something like Rook C7, and I am actually threatening Rook C8 check, which wins me a tempo compared.
Wow, today actually is getting closer to that 5-draw day.
Yeah, but there was a lot of twists and turns.
Dull draws, no.
Yeah, twists and turns getting us to this 5 draws. This being one of a really epic.
Epic battle, yeah.
Oh.
So let's update the position, and Duda's thinking here, so he's considering Rook takes F1.
It's also playable. There is no particular reason to. I mean, unless he just like badly wants to avoid simplifications and wants to keep the position as.
Because you made such a crazy point about this whole Rook C7, Rook F7, Rook C7.
Rook C3 is playable.
Is it? Good.
Yeah, but you have Rook B6.
Rook
as a kind of a bailout. I have Rook B6, Rook C8, takes Rook A6.
I see.
Which is somehow still a draw.
Because of the d-pawn?
Because the d-pawn actually provides enough. King takes F1, and then D5, D6, D7, A8, and we win. That's weird, actually.
He took with the king.
Yeah, but he did take with the king. Gukesh instantly goes Rook A8.
This is hilarious. Did you see this, what he just gave us as a
yeah, you can't take it.
Variation?
I mean, you can't
Why is this a draw, by the way?
I don't know.
Why aren't we completely lost with white?
I don't know.
Looks dead lost.
It does, doesn't
I guess we're in time to take G7 and
no,
come back.
I guess I did something wrong earlier.
There's no way, yeah.
This cannot be the reason.
Yeah.
But we do have king take, and now a
Rook
key
F7
moment is Rook
is
F7.
the best move.
Yeah.
Knight B5, that's still game. Because after Rook A2, black wins the A4 pawn, and still
crazy things can happen.
5 seconds for Duda. 5, 4, 3. He needs to make a decision, and he's found the best move, Rook F7, with 2 seconds.
With 2 seconds, really, he played that move with such focus and concentration. It seemed he did it slowly. I didn't think he was going to physically make it, but he did it with 2 seconds on his clock. Through the magic of instant replay, look at the clock.
Here he hesitated, and only then.
3, and look at how he's holding the piece. 2.
Very comfortable.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very comfortable.
These blitz masters, they somehow have this magical ability to sense when they've got to speed things up. And have we made time control now?
Not yet. 4 more moves to go.
And I see, what, 23 seconds for Gukesh?
Yes, Rook B4 played.
Okay.
Yeah, he had the option of going Rook B6 takes D6 to win the A7 pawn, but he is just not
a draw,
interested. Yeah.
No, he's
Making
not
a draw.
interested in
He is just
forcing
not
a draw.
interested.
But
and now
Rook C7, correct?
Yeah, Rook C7, you have a choice between Rook B6 and King H7. If you play King H7, there's a very cute idea of playing Knight
Again,
C8.
8 seconds for Duda. He's played Rook C7.
Yeah, King H7.
King H7 instantly. Finally, somebody's playing like they've got no time on their clock.
Yeah.
Finally. Now, Knight F5 is ridiculous, but...
Knight F5 is second best. But Knight C8, Knight C8 actually gets you Rook and Knight against Rook. The problem is it's a draw.
Because
the best for black is Rook A4, Knight B6, Rook A7.
We do have a result. Fabi and Wesley have drawn their game, as expected.
As expected.
Nice defense by Wesley. He was down a pawn the entire game.
Knight C8.
Knight C8.
No Knight F5.
No.
But Knight C8 means that anytime you move your rook, rook takes D4, rook takes A4.
Time to
I've
pull
got
the plug,
Knight
by the
D6.
way. Because if
Otherwise,
you allow,
D5, D6.
Yeah, D5, D6, D7 is going to win the game for white if you allow it. Time to absolutely pull the plug now.
Rook takes D4.
Yeah.
Let's go.
7 seconds
No,
for Gukesh.
no, not D4, A4.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, because Rook D4, Knight
No, that's
B6
just
is
incorrect.
not...
He actually
Not
has
what you want.
52 seconds. This one was just incorrect.
Okay.
Because it shows that he flagged, but no.
No. Yeah, it does. It shows, but he has 44. That's why I rely upon that. But sometimes my angle, I don't exactly see 33. I can see a 0-3. I can see a 23.
Yeah, here time to just take the pawns on the 4th rank and sacrifice your rook for a7 pawn.
So what Peter is advocating for is rook takes a4.
I'll take the d pawn first so it doesn't go any farther.
Except you don't win the a pawn in that case. Knight b6.
Yeah, like knight b6 you have to play
true.
rook dd8, which
Okay,
might still be a draw, but we don't really want to investigate that, you know.
Now
Rook
he's
takes
down to 5 seconds. And he's taken the d4 pawn.
Okay.
What?
It's fine.
I guess it's
Is
still
it
fine, yeah. We have...
Because after knight b6, what?
He can give rook f8 check.
And then?
Put the other rook to d8.
Rook c5.
It's not exactly nice.
Why is white better?
I mean, we
there?
have a perpetual, I guess, of sorts.
How can
right?
white be better there? I still have a g pawn.
Well, I want to take on a5.
And?
You think Gukesh is still playing for the win with knight b6?
No, Gukesh is not playing for a win.
Rook f8 check. He's going to play king to g. Can he set up something weird? Can the two rooks possibly give white's open king mate?
I think that's just perpetual if I want. Oh, you're looking for a mate.
Yes.
King h3. And then just
Well,
give
now
him
I've
the
got a
queen.
perpetual check anytime, right? No, the queen defends f3.
Yeah, he's gone towards the center, which is also
I was making a perpetual.
Yeah.
With
Have
rook
perpetual, no?
f3. With rook.
No, you can do rook h6, rook g6. That's perpetual too.
Oh, you're absolutely
Back to g1
right.
and queen g2, though.
Oh,
Queen
Peter
g2,
is
but-
nasty.
No,
He
no,
is
come
a mean
back.
man.
Yeah.
He is a mean man. He says, no perpetuals for you.
To don't want the other way, his king is on e2.
Rook e8.
King
Rook e8. by
Yeah,
the way.
and now we have a perpetual along the g file. We don't really have to think about anything anymore.
We have a perpetual. How? What? Where?
If I go to the 5th rank, where is the perpetual?
Ah, no, there's no g5 square.
There's no perpetual. You have to go back to d8.
Or
Rook on
I guess...
d4, back to d8. That makes it draw.
Yeah.
That makes it comfortable.
I wanted to say or rook b4, but rook b4 might actually lose to rook c8.
And they just made time control.
Let me get my defibrillator. Let me get some oxygen. This has been a remarkable. Oh, well, let's not take a break. We've got a special guest getting set and mic'd up.
Well, you were looking forward to
I was looking for a break. I'm looking forward to the free day. Never mind the break.
We're almost there, Yasser.
Almost there. All right, but let's introduce our guest.
Fabiano, welcome back to the studio. So tell us about your game today.
So maybe not the most exciting game. You know, I was surprised that he decided to play symmetrical English. He doesn't. I mean, he used to, but it's been a long time since he's played this.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was deciding between various options. I mean, I figured that if I played g3, then we get this Dubov-Tarish, which is instead of e4, g3, d5, or I don't know what to call it besides the Dubov-Tarish, but d4, knight c6. These days it's considered kind of dead.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really want to go for this. Bishop c5, knight b3, bishop b6. Yeah, there's a huge amount of theory these days.
And we were wondering if you were going to play the line you played against Lanier, Dominguez. I think that was from the Rapids, was it? That was a crazy
No,
game.
I wasn't planning on repeating that.
And the reason you started with knight f3, was that to avoid c4, e5?
Yeah, if I play c4, he can play e5. I thought it limits his options a bit. He can also play c5, so I didn't see much upside to playing c4 on the first move. Then I remembered when he went for this d5 move, which is not the most common one. I mean, usually people play d6, and there was like a recent game, I think Magnus against Vichy, with c5, where Magnus eventually won. Although it was one of these like no increment games, so that might have played a role. And then I remember that this was like some game of Wesley and Hikaru from London Classic. I forget which year it was, maybe 2016 or 2017. But they got this position. And I remember thinking at the time, it looks very pleasant for white. But it ended in a draw. And yeah, I don't know if I really have any way to create problems here for black. I need to get my a1 rook into the game, but I just can't. Like, I was considering to sack the pawn with rook e1. Take queen a2. And like queen e3. So some tactical issues for him. Because not only is rook e8 a threat, but very often queen e5 and if f6, rook g7 mate. But then he plays queen b1, king h2, queen b8. And I was considering like some slow f4, g4 expansion because he can't really do anything about my pieces, but I didn't actually see how I ever achieve f5. Like h5, g4, I don't know, I was thinking about it, but I didn't feel like this is really the way to play for an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But then the game was just very boring.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't say that, by the way.
Your words.
Fabi, nonetheless, very, very nice. You're entering the rest day with a +2 score, which is simply excellent. So things are going your way.
Yeah, it's good so far. I can't complain at all. What was this game of Gukesh? He must have been winning, right? Like,
yes,
completely winning.
He was also losing.
And he was losing.
Which moment was he losing?
Let me bring it up for you, because it's been a very exciting game that's been keeping us on the edge of our seats. Essentially, what Gukesh needed to do was establish his bishop on d3. Once he does that, he really has a huge advantage. He played the move queen g4, queen f3, and after b5, everything turned.
But after knight g4, it was...
Yes, let's show the line that
knight
Duda
g4,
missed.
queen a2, queen takes h1, rook c7. Give me mate.
Yeah, queen
f3. And now a crucial move for white.
So like queen e2 or something?
No.
An in-between move before you take on a6.
I mean, there's...
It's his
See,
pointless.
it's very difficult
Yeah,
if Fabi doesn't immediately grasp that you have this incredible... It's a beautiful geometry, if you don't mind me just showing you. Takes now, and after rook takes h2, here's the geometry.
So queen d5? Oh, sorry, no, queen c2?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the win-in move.
Isn't that just pretty? What a way to defend g2 with the move queen c2.
Yeah, probably just missed bishop g2 because...
Yeah, it's an easy move, and because he didn't flick that move in, what he did is he took. Now, everybody had to play incredibly accurately to draw. Like, the game is being decided individually, move by move. Knight e3, f2 as mate.
Yeah, this I was looking at during the game. Like, this whole line did come to mind. I was wondering, because he was thinking so long after after rook takes f3, like what was the move like played? No,
After rook
later.
Keep going?
Keep going?
Mm-hmm.
After rook takes f3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, is rook c3 a move? I don't know. I
After
mean,
knight f1? It is actually a move.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about during the game, and I figured, I mean, there's no way that this is winning, but if
Rook
you
b6,
think
a6 holds.
rook b6 is its only way to hold, or what?
I think so, but I didn't have time enough to check properly.
Yeah, this is...
And the interesting bit is I think even rook c8 is a draw, even though that we couldn't figure out why white isn't losing.
At which moment?
Here
Rook
instead
b6,
of knight
rook c8.
c8.
Yeah, we were
Rook
somehow...
c8 here.
I had this on the screen and... Yeah, like rook b6.
So, okay, take rook a6.
Yeah.
Is forced, right? King
We'll
f4.
go over to Peter's...
Yeah, king f1, king f8.
d5? Well, I just
No, we actually wait for the king to appear on e8 and we go on d6, knight d5. Because d5, yeah, pawn to d7 will lose. This is what we were trying to figure out, because I thought it might be just d5, d6, d7, but then we lose because the knight in the corner will get captured. Yeah, that is completely lost.
Okay.
But the knight waits for the king to appear on e8.
And then goes knight d6, b5.
Yeah, and then goes knight d6, b5. Yeah.
It cements a7.
Yeah. Not on me.
Fabi, very, very exciting news was the chess club has said October, big events galore, including you're going to be playing a heck of a quadrangular, I guess. How do you feel about them apples?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great tournament. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's kind of similar to Clutch Chess that we had in 2020.
Precisely.
Which I always thought was a fun event.
I mentioned that to the powers that be, and they go,
I kept saying it. I kept saying it every year.
Yeah, exactly.
It never happened, so I'd given up hope for the clutch chess.
Do you know that clutch chess, they did some research, and it was the single most viewed tournament that we've ever done.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
the clutch chess. And you're going to be playing Magnus, Hikaru, yourself, and Gukesh. I mean, these are the 4 biggest names in chess. So,
Well, I don't know if I would put myself.
I would put you. Allow me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I mean,
Yes.
it's a pretty quick event. It's only 3 days, I think.
Yes.
But there's a lot at stake, so it's going to be fun.
Do you like the format where on the 3rd day points count as more?
Double.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Why not? I
Interesting,
mean,
right?
yeah, it's different. It just like adds, maybe in an artificial way, but it adds some extra weight to certain games, which you might normally have in a tournament because they're just the deciding rounds. And here it's just because money is put on games.
Well, really, the idea is somebody's going to have a bad day in day 1. It's just the nature of the beast. Somebody's going to have a bad day in day 2, and the idea is we want to give them every incentive.
Watch
they
us
can.
draw all the games.
Don't you dare! We'll just and by the way, we do have a repetition going on currently in the game as we're and.
They want
Can
to
we
shake hands,
shake?
but they have to call the arbiter first.
Where's our arbiter? I am.
And the final game of the round is also about to finish, so we do get the dreaded 5 draws, but this was not a boring day by any stretch.
Not at any.
Fabi, did you have a chance to see the game between Alireza and Levon? Did you catch that opening?
Yeah, I don't know if I've checked the game, like if I've actually have the entire game in my notes. It is possible, but I mean, definitely they both did. Because okay, up to this is like very well known. And here
this is for you very well known.
Yeah, this line is very well known.
Really, I think there was one game in it.
It was like a game of Hare Krishna, was it? Or
that our
We don't know who
database
it
didn't
was,
tell us. So you kind of think that you know it up to this point because
no, I don't know it. It's just that I might have analyzed it and then entirely forgotten about it. But
see.
the line is supposed to be a draw. So
And it
when
was.
they were confidently playing all these moves, and Alireza looked a little bit disappointed, I wasn't too surprised.
Right, I see. For us, I mean, we were busying ourselves finding one checkmate after another, and there was plenty.
Visually, it looks dangerous for black.
Right.
I mean, the point is also like Queen F7, Rook C7. This is always.
Yes.
This is what I was like thinking about during the game. That this resource is very important, and I think Rook F8 is probably not the only good move, but. I mean,
Alireza insisted that it is
the only good
the
move,
one
yeah.
reason the whole thing isn't as attractive as it could have been.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There was a line where we dropped a rook and a
knight h5 here, bishop c5.
Knight
yeah,
h5.
Oh, it's not bishop d6 here?
Bishop d6 is a draw. Bishop c5 wins because queen takes e7, bishop e7 back.
Oh, okay.
And the queen gets picked up.
How did we do this?
Bishop e7
Bishop
now?
e7 back.
I was actually expecting that this
Take
was like the draw
c6.
bishop d6, queen f4, bishop e7. I was like,
This is
this is
stronger.
This is nice, yeah.
This is crazy. You dropped a rook and a minor and piece the knight, and wow.
I'm also seeing that the other game, the last game of the day's ending, Sam Sevian and Nodirbek about to shake hands as well. 5 draws today.
A moral victory for Sam, as he's the one with the extra piece at the end of the game. I couldn't win a piece up.
I have like some small story about the opening in Gukesh's game.
Yes?
It's a slightly embarrassing story, though.
Oh, good. Share.
We're happy to hear it.
Yes. Do share.
So, like,
in the opening.
Sometime
tell
before
me
the
where.
candidates last year, I was discussing some lines with a few players, and this position was reached.
With G3 or without
Yeah,
G3?
with G3, and why is it not good? And Eric Rosen pointed out that the important point is to play bishop d6, queen e7.
Mm-hmm.
So then I armed with this knowledge. A year later, I played a blitz game against Levon.
Yeah.
And then I very quickly castled short.
Showing your understanding of the position, right? Yeah.
And then, like, now I'll never forget, but I think the entire world will never forget that you play queen e7 and castle long. In
Which
these
was
positions.
fabulous idea for black. And in fact, we were expecting castles long for the longest time, and strangely enough, it didn't actually happen, and away you go. But
he never castled in the end.
Fabi, thank you so much for joining us, and well, congratulations on your first place. The rest day, you're going to come over tonight for Codenames?
Sure.
Okay.
Enjoy your rest day, Fabi.
All right. And what a day it has been. The first time in the 5 rounds of play that we have 5 draws, but we enjoyed them. They were very, very challenging for ourselves. And Peter, we're going to invite you to come over and give us some great concepts of what happened here.
Well, it was a day of, you want to say 2 halves, but it's very difficult to divide 5 by 2. When we're talking about the chess games, dividing 5 by 2 evenly is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
But I think it's very much a story of the 2 games, the Levon game, and in particular the game we will be talking about right now. Those were unbelievable.
Yeah.
The 3 other
Highly
games were much more
enjoyable.
sedate, but yeah, those 2 were worth every penny.
Absolutely, the price of admission. And we do have world champion Gukesh joining us on the screen.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
Hey.
What a game. We just
Yeah.
loved every moment of this game, but
Yeah,
it was
it
a lot
was-
of back and forth as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, from the opening, I guess I should just be better, but okay, it got too crazy at some point.
Yeah. Fabi, if you didn't know, who just joined us, he told an embarrassing story. He said that in this position, he had been told on his preparation that he should play Queen E7 and castles long. So, of course, he got this position against Levon and instantly castled short.
Okay.
You, however, you remembered, and actually, we liked your game at this point. How about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that this line is just too good for black.
Okay. So tell us when you feel something went amiss, because at this point, it feels like you're pushing.
Yeah, I mean, clearly I should be, yeah, but maybe Queen E6 first of all was not needed. Maybe I should have just gone long castle.
With F5, with Knight F6 or long, because there is an issue, right? Or
Yeah, but I don't think he can take the pawn like long
Okay,
castle.
so castle.
Bishop D6, Queen D6.
Okay.
Not sure if there is a way, because like...
Every fiber of my being, I want to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Could you tell me why I
But
can't
Bishop
take?
E4, take, Queen D5.
Ah, that's a nice answer.
And,
I've got an issue with my rook on H1, don't I?
Yeah, you don't want to play F3.
I don't want to play F3. No. So
Yeah.
that was one
Only it's not
thing.
possible.
So maybe Queen E6 was not the most critical?
Yeah.
All
I could
right.
have also done something like F5, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. But what you did bring you an advantage. I just want to get to this very crucial moment. I think, was it
First
here?
of all, did you expect G takes H4 at all?
Yeah, GH4 was a bit of a shock to me. I mean, I was expecting more of Knight C4 and stuff like that, but GH4, yeah, I kind of felt it should be bad, but I didn't know how exactly.
It was Engine's top choice.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
We were surprised too.
Here, Bishop D3 was a screamer.
Yeah, I mean, Bishop D3 I wanted to go, but I couldn't find the killer blow after H3.
After H3?
H3 is the best move, but the engine just takes on before plays King of 8 and then finds a way to continue the attack and likes
just,
it.
permanent,
Just
yeah.
slowly, yeah. You're not winning by force anymore.
But before I was winning by force?
Not by force, no, but your advantage here, according to this screen, is not as big as it was before, but it's still quite substantial, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt Bishop D3 was
the way.
But like I just couldn't find it after H3. Yeah.
And maybe it was still here, Bishop D3 as well, right, Peter? Because after Queen H3, the advantage just turned suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I
B5.
calculated a winning line, but yeah, Queen A2 was super strong. I mean, I saw Queen B2 and Rook C2, but Queen A2 with Rook C7, I just completely missed. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, here was actually a huge moment for him.
This Bishop G2, yeah?
Yeah.
And I was not sure actually. Bishop G2, if I go Queen F6?
Yes, we take the bishop. Yes?
Yeah, BA6, Rook H2.
And now we have geometry.
Here White has a beautiful... 95 is good
is
too.
good, but Queen C2 is stronger.
Queen C2 is winning.
Ooh!
Wow. That is beautiful.
Very hard to
Isn't that just pretty?
Yeah, that is...
I mean, how do you defend the bishop on G2? Well, of course, Queen C2. That was just very, very, very pretty. But still, you guys got into you guys got yourself into a position where, I don't know if you realize this, but every single move You
Of
both
course,
have
yeah.
chances to lose. Like with you have to be. Yeah, you guys walk the most narrow path. Everybody's falling off the cliff at
But,
any single moment.
I guess these positions are the kind of easy ones, yeah, because you have no other option. but
No
to
other option.
Play the only move.
And knight c8, only move, only move. And tell me, as the game unfolded, you realized you were heading for a draw at this point.
Like till he played knight c8, I mean till we got close to it, I still thought I was like winning after ef3, but yeah. And
at
then
this exact moment.
Maybe
very
here I
ambitious
already
still.
realized, but yeah.
Right. I mean, because we were thrilled that, and by the way, you both were kind of under the pressure of the clock as well, and you're finding all of these incredible moves. Wow. And just, and this was also a very accurate move by
Rook
him
F7,
as well.
yeah, because knight b5 I get rook b4, and maybe it's not that easy for
Exactly.
Right.
You're the one on the upper hand. Yeah.
And yeah, knight c8 was also nailing it.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
What a game. Thank you. I mean, no, seriously, we enjoyed it. If we could get games like this every day, sign me up. I'm donating my pay to charity.
So for
like
Gukesh,
this.
are you happy with the result in the first half of the event?
Can't say happy, but okay, it's 50% is a decent score, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
like I just hope to get some wins in the second half.
Yeah, exactly.
Any special plans for the rest day?
Nothing of yet, but I guess I'll take some time, relax, maybe play some sport or something. So yeah.
Probably. We've got tennis courts. We've got pickleball courts.
Probably pickleball.
Yeah, it's easier.
Yeah, tennis is too difficult.
Too difficult. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at the results of the standings, I mean to say. Apologies.
Well, today every game was drawn, so nothing has changed in the standings. Fabiano Caruana is still the sole leader with now 3.5 points, and half point behind are two players, Levon and Praggnanandhaa.
And that tie for second, that 50% score, why did I say tie for second? That's quite the pack of players, isn't it? I mean, if you look at it, and again, everybody needs a win. Alireza, Wesley, Maxime, Gukesh, they all need a win. Sam Sevian, our wild card, playing incredibly well and really showing he belongs. Sam, you're wonderful. Sam, I am. Welcome to our show. Tell us about today.
Yeah, pretty tough game. I mean, I had a really nice position, I thought, out of the opening. He played this bishop takes d4, knight c6, f6 very quickly. But I mean, his concept is just to sit passively and wait.
Right.
I was kind of surprised that he didn't ever try to play f5. Because, I mean...
That was... you took the words right out of Peter's mouth, because he felt that f5 was... Otherwise, as you just described it, he's sitting passively, right?
Yeah, for instance, even after f4, I was considering f5 right away.
So right here, yeah, but even here, Peter, I think, was advocating...
No, I think next move maybe.
Next move?
Yeah.
Yeah, f5, e5, and then, for instance, he can take de, bishop e5, queen d1, rook d1, knight takes e5, rook takes e5, rook a8. Okay, I mean, it's a little better for white, but black is very safe. King f7, g6 is coming next.
Mm-hmm.
So when he played f6, I kind of got excited because, I mean, it almost looks like a risk-free plus for white.
Right.
So yeah, then he found this interesting setup with bishop g6. He wants me to play f5, and I was never sure if I should play f5. Because if I play f5, I have to probably commit to something like knight e2, knight f4. So instead I went for this b3, c4.
We thought that what you did was very good.
Yeah, here it took me kind of a long time to realize I need to play this rook e2, queen d4 idea, because queen d2, queen d4 is just a waste of time.
Okay. And he's shuffling
at
the same time. It's not like he has a lot going on his side at the table. And here was a very interesting moment, because like you said, you're struggling with the move f5, etc. But we were looking at, I think it was rook a2 with f5.
So
you went queen a1.
Yeah. There's so many ways to attack this pawn. Rook a2.
Yeah, I think in this moment.
And if queen c8, f5, and double in with the rooks on a-file.
So, for example, something like this is our
And
ambitious
this queen e8?
Our ambitious way of playing for you.
Not here,
earlier.
after rook a2.
Queen e8 in this moment. I think we're doing something like this.
Oh, maybe we just do the same thing. Rook e5, rook a1.
Exactly.
I forgot about this idea.
And we're trying to crash through.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the game. Strangely enough, you win the a6 pawn. He goes bishop g8, and he's still.
Yeah. At least you've provoked d5, but yeah,
exactly.
Of course, it's very good for it.
Okay, queen a1. Tell me when you think something.
I mean, this is obviously the critical position. There's so many things to calculate. Like e takes f5 is critical.
Okay, and how did you?
Rook takes e2. Rook takes e2. Rook takes e2. Knight takes e2. Queen takes f5. Queen takes a6. I thought queen e4. Queen c8 check. Bishop g8. I don't have knight g3 because queen takes f4, queen takes c7, h5. So I have to play queen g4.
Yeah.
And he goes queen d3.
Queen d3. We always thought in these positions he always has kind of a b5. But queen d3, yes?
Yeah. And I mean, knight g3 doesn't seem to work because he takes on b3 and queen c3. And if knight e7, he has queen f6.
Yep.
And if queen f3, I just didn't really believe this could be a winning ending.
Right.
Yeah.
Queen f3, and takes on, and b5, that kind of thing.
Maybe b5
as well, or d5. Okay.
Another thing I can do is just let him take fe. This one's more like positional, like queen takes a6.
And then you swing your knight to e3 or some wonderful business.
Well, maybe we don't have time for that.
Okay.
But that's a good idea if it
worked.
Yeah. Knight f1, maybe that's a good move. Rook f7, he probably has to attack right away.
So what did you anticipate?
I was thinking just to block with the rook, rook e3.
Rook e3, sorry.
Yeah. Maybe I should have done this, and then queen slides back to a1. But okay, it's not so easy for white either.
Exactly.
I mean, the ideal dream is to play this knight e2, knight c3, knight d5, if possible. Attack e4.
And e2.
Were you at all worried here that you were getting into time trouble, or do you feel comfortable with little time on the clock?
Well, of course I'm worried. I mean, I have a good position and I have no time, so it was not so easy.
But you played so well with little time that.
Yeah, well, I went for this e5, which is quite safe. But I don't think I had. I mean, bishop g6. Bishop g6 surprised me. I thought he would take right away. Here, I was trying to make rook d2 work, but he plays queen c6.
Yeah, this is what the engine was. Then rook d5, and it gives you a slight plus.
Rook d5, okay.
Yeah.
And
it takes with the pawn.
Yes.
With the pawn,
okay. Yeah.
Which is something that you wanted to resist. You wanted to recapture with the rook. But here, the engine was showing that the knight is actually coming very quickly to the good squares.
Oh, very important that f4 there's knight e2, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So rook. So after bishop g6, you traded everything. And then, unfortunately...
I tried this h4, but I think he found a very good solution. Queen b2, bishop 8, queen f6, and just everything trade.
Yeah. Sam, 5 draws, and you've been pressing in a number of them. Don't want to remind you of the first round, but that was pretty nice that you were putting pressure on your opponents. You feel like, hey, man, invite me to more of these Sinquefield Cups. I can compete with these guys, and you've been competing very well. So you feel good about your results so far?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's always annoying when you don't convert like winning positions, but my play overall, I'm pretty pleased with.
Absolutely.
Any special plans for the rest day?
Just rest.
Just rest.
Yeah. All right, Sam. Thank you so much for joining us, and to remind everybody of our schedule. Tomorrow, big day for us.
We're going to enjoy the rest day.
We are indeed.
And then on Sunday, players will be back for round 6. Only 4 more rounds to go.
Exactly. Round 9 will be a playoff round where the Sinquefield Cup is concerned. But if there's a tie, a very unlikely tie for the GCT
for the
top 4, there will be a special day of playoffs for that one.
We need to ask Ben if it's mathematically possible.
I think it probably should be this year, because in previous years we had like ties for first between 3 players, which results in like 0.33 and all of
67.
But this time around, everybody is either on clean 0-0 or half a point in just standings, and those I think are easier to manipulate to get to equal scores. Yeah,
and it would be Prague or Firouzja. Are we happy with our predictions?
Just the same as everybody
drew, so
no, I'm not happy. I mean, what was Firouzja doing? But except today was it?
You didn't like today?
I liked today.
You are very spoiled.
Yeah, I am spoiled. And thank you everybody for watching. Enjoy your day off. We will as well, and we'll see you on Sunday. Thank you from St. Louis.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in 2 days.
And Nasi and Peter, it was very, very, very good.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.